Alrighty, everybody. Free Palestine. Look at these crowds, man. Welcome on in, chat, to the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. We are live once again with the new camera, the new era of the camera, the Track Me camera. How are you guys doing? HD Mike. We are going to be continually improving. Promises made, promises kept. HD Mike. I can see all of his pores. That's true, you can. This is unfiltered Mike from PA. You can see every bump, every zit, every blackhead, just like if you were right in the same room. Welcome on in. I never knew you had such wonderful blue eyes. They're actually hazel, but you would know if you watched my TikToks. If you watched my TikToks, you would know.
We all grew up.
I'm so tired of hearing Democratic politicians.
You would know. Well, chat. We've got a lot to talk about today. Another. I may even change where the camera is. I may get a little bit more straight on shot. I actually think I look better straight on. Traditionally, Twitch streamers have like a slightly downward angle because it makes you look less fat. But for me, I think I actually look better straight on. I don't have like horrifyingly bad double chin. So it's just a slight double chin. TikTok Mike always throws me off. What I need to get is a, what is it called? Lavalier mic that I then obnoxiously hold in my hand. For some reason, people like that. Next, you'll be getting a teleprompter. I mean, honestly, I am teleprompter. It doesn't matter. TikTok dies in a few months. Yeah. I have a feeling that when TikTok is sold, they're gonna suppress me. Like happens on like YouTube suppresses the left and boosts the right. Whereas in TikTok, it's just an organic algorithm. They just try to boost people to whoever wants them. Basically, it's a purely like, how do we increase engagement algo? They try to slot people. They try to have people actually find the people they're trying to talk to. Whereas in YouTube and especially meta platforms, it's about suppressing the left. So I'm not excited for TikTok to be bought. I hope it doesn't happen. That's what they want you to think. No, TikTok is by far. Listen, ask any content creator. They will tell you TikTok's algorithm is the one that is the most fair. They'll say that TikTok's algorithm is the one that actually wants you to succeed. Other platforms have their own agendas that are much more pushed, especially the meta ones. I mean, I don't even use meta platforms because of that. Like, I think it's hopeless. I actually think meta platforms are hopeless. I think they're worse than Twitter. So start finding a new platform or starting to think of that direction. Yeah, I know, man. It's really sad. I'm on Facebook and it's all right-wing shit. Yeah, because the right-wingers before the they went and met with Zuckerberg and he promised to push right-wing shit. And he did. It's actually not even a conspiracy theory. It's just a fact. What we really need is a new platform. We need a competitor. But the problem is that the American capitalist class is so class conscious and so concerned about things like Zohran. I don't even really think that anyone could start a company that was fair in this country on algos anymore. I think that time is past. Did you see the soy right are upset at James Gunn for saying Superman is an immigrant? Anyway, what are we talking about today? Yes, the Texas flood death toll. The Texas flood death toll has passed 100 plus. And I just wanted to show a quick Mike was right moment, chat, about the floodplains and why I have come out so strongly against abundance, so-called, which I still have, by the way. Although I think I need to return this piece of shit to the library. But it has been fun to cite page numbers and then no one ever responds. Whenever I cite a page number, like for example talking about how good Houston is, people run away. It's almost like they didn't read the book. And so this is another Mike was right moment. As we gather the full scale of the tragedy of the floods in Texas, the death toll is likely over 100. It has passed 100. Remember that just last month, Ezra Klein was advocating following the Houston model of removing regulations on housing and building on floodplains. And in May, so a little over a month ago, I said, Houston builds sprawl on unsuitable and dangerous floodplains. It's cheap because a lot of government money is subsidizing the uneconomical highways and car-dependent infrastructure. It's unsustainable in every way, financially and ecologically. It's the Strode capital of the world. And this is, so you can see, here I am, a little over a month ago saying, why is Ezra Klein suggesting that the Texas model and the Houston model is a good idea? It's a really bad idea to build on floodplains. They're not sustainable. It's cheap because they're saying, hey, the risks of a flood event will be borne by the people who live on the floodplain. And that's a risk the capitalist is willing to take. And I guess the abundance people got mad and they said, these people literally just lie. Ezra never mentioned building in floodplains, and using this tragedy to push your lies is disgusting. Sick in the head. By the way, you can't say, I really like what they're doing in Houston, where they remove all the regulations and they just let people sprawl build everywhere, and that's good. And then when people say, okay, like for example, ignoring floodplains, even after Hurricane Harvey, Houston keeps adding new homes in floodplains. Now, this is from 2018, and this is why Houston was cheap, right? Because they just let people build everywhere with no regulation. That's why they cited removing. By the way, Chad, in the book, they specifically talk about affordable housing has to build air filters so that if they're built next to a highway to, remove the particulate pollution that causes asthma and cancer, right? So they're like, I can't believe they're making them use HVAC with filtration in it. That's the kind of regulation we need to repeal, which is another way of saying, I want more people to catch asthma. I want more people to catch cancer and die and cardiovascular problems from pollution not being mitigated by something as cheap as a filtration system, which doesn't cost much. Right? But they try to pretend like, oh man, this regulation on air filters, how droll. The reality is they want you to do the Texas model, which is what? Adding new homes in floodplains. 1 in 5 new homes permitted in Houston in the year after Hurricane Harvey is in a floodplain. Some on a prairie developed for the first time after the storm, even as new rainfall data showed existing flood maps understate the risk posed by strengthening storms. The City Planning Commission also approved 260 plats in Houston's floodplains during the same period, signing off on developers' requests to redraw property lines to create hundreds more parcels awaiting development in flood-prone areas. About 615 of the home construction permits were issued on the 100-year floodplain, the area deemed to have a 1% chance of being inundated in any given year. City data show another 600 were approved in a 500-year floodplain, the area deemed to have an annual 0.2% chance of inundation, according to a Chronicle analysis. Many of these permits were issued to homeowners raising and elevating their flooded homes. We had always knew the land had been platted for development. I think the outrage was all of this development is pushing to start not even a year after Harvey, said Andrew Schaefer, whose home borders the site. You have this neighborhood devastated. You're just going to come out, put more townhomes in the immediately affected area, and they're going to get away with it. The city just lets it happen over and over again. This is what Ezra Klein advocates for. So when the consequences of your actions happen, and I go, this is what the consequence, they go like, well, he didn't say build on a floodplain. Yes, he did. You take what he's arguing for. Houston is a good model. We should remove regulations for public safety. It's making housing more expensive. Then floods happened in the floodplain. And now it didn't happen in Houston. It happened in another area of Texas. But that's the point, is that hundreds of people die because this is how Texas operates. Texas does not do government services and government regulation to ensure that the risks from things like floods are mitigated or controlled. This is what they're advocating for. I'm sorry you don't like to hear the truth. Here's the FEMA floodplain of the kids of the camp. All right. We're going to have to, I mean, you could literally see. You can literally see. that it's sandwiched between two extremely flood-prone areas. They overdeveloped the mangroves in the cheaper areas north of Tampa, and that was the only protection from storm surge. My old house jumped flood zones after they built a fuck ton of townhomes. Yes, exactly. We have floods all the time in small town politics. I also want to point that a man named John Cornyn is referenced by Rob Kelly in connection with ARPA funds. The only lawyer named John Cornyn I've ever been able to identify the state of Texas as the current U.S. senator. You know, we had a baby flood a couple weeks ago, a month or so, whatever it was, and I keep hearing these reports of the old system, and I know we're not going to deal with that, though. Expect that to be gone, where the Jones call the Smiths, and the Smiths call Camp Rosa Vista, and Rosa Vista, blah, 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 down the line. But it's still there, and it works. The thought of our beautiful Cure County having these damn sirens going off in the middle of the night, I'm going to have to start drinking again to put up with y'all. I think that's what the committee is going to look at and how to do it. I think going into position is that we don't need to change anything. And is there a need to improve what we have? And if there's need to improve, how much is improved? And what the options for doing that and how much that would cost. And I think the first thing to do is say, why change anything? It worked this long, and maybe we don't need to do a thing. And then it gets into the thing we talked about earlier today, and that's risk mitigation. And you know there's still people drowned, and you know. And I hope you ask the question like, who are we notifying, or who are we trying to get the message to? Are these crazy people from Houston that build homes right down on the water? Well, I think the thing is for you say it's for the general public and the crazy people from wherever they are from Houston, okay, and then the camps. And how do you get the message out to those? That's part of it. So it's a pretty complex project. I'm sure it is. And the question is, do we need to do anything? And what do we want to do? And what can we afford? Now, I want you to understand something, chat. That this shit, I want you to understand that this stuff is incredibly cheap. Also, the idea that we leave this up to some local podunk county commissioner crap is why America is a shithole country. Like, it's an actual, we should have national flood management systems with national requirements and national procedures and mitigation strategies that are implemented by national fucking trained experts and completely override whatever these dumb podunk fucks think. In fact, we should probably abolish all of this commissioner system. It's fucking garbage. Part of the way that America does austerity is it pushes a lot of these incredibly important services down to the local level where they don't have control over the currency and they have a much constrained ability to borrow money and manage budgets. And so you just do austerity by saying, the federal government's it's going to leave it up to the local area. And then they don't have the ability to build a system. And even if they do, it's way more expensive because they're making it one-off instead of a national system. This is how America sucks shit. I want to show you an example of what it looks like when a country runs their shit correctly. I talked about this yesterday, but I need you to see it open and operating so you understand the difference between the world we live in and the world we should be living in.
Parks and green areas all around the other end of the station. The station is huge, so oh my god. And people smoking as well, and all the facilities. Look at that. This piece of art is absolutely stunning. 你们是网红吗？不是网红，但是网红吗？不是网红吗？不是。This is Chongqing-dong, the largest railway station in the whole world.
Brand new. Opened this, I think it opened, what, a week ago? Yeah.
Today is a very special day. I'm going to visit a brand new train station that is actually opening today. I'm talking about Chongqing East or Chongqing-dong, the biggest train station in the whole world. I'm actually today in another station. I'm going to take a train from here. This is already a massive, huge station, but as you know by now, China is expanding its railway network and railway stations all around the country. There is a nice display of police cars in the entrance of this station for some reason. I don't know if it's all the time like this. At least in Shenzhen it's not like that, but here perhaps there's a special day, there's something special happening here. This is one of the most beautiful trains I've ever seen. This is called Fuxing, and these kind of trains go all around China at 350 kilometers per hour. And now we're gonna take this one to connect to the brand new Chongqing station. Look at that piece of art, it's absolutely stunning.
First of all, look how many platforms that is. Look how crispy. Look how many platforms.
Just arrived at one of the several tracks that this station has. Right now, there are not many people or not many trains since this station just started operations today.
The rail yard features 15 platforms and 29 tracks, designed for a peak passenger throughput of about 16,000 people per hour.
As soon as you start getting off the station, you start seeing all these signs with the information to grab a taxi, to take the subway.
Chongqing East is a pilot project for station-city integration, bringing together 7 high-speed lines, 2 conventional railways, and 4 metro lines.
So that's another way of saying they want to make sure that when you go to the train station, you don't have to leave to go to a metro station. It's all literally there. So you ride the metro in, you get off the metro, you're already in the train station, you go directly to your high-speed train. Or if you are going to a regional rail, you go directly to the regional rail. It's all one place, no connections, no shuttling around, no taxi from one station to another, no transfers, just bam, direct to. This is literally impossible for the US to do. They can't. I think LAX just opened one metro line to LAX, but like just now,
aiming to provide seamless zero transfer connectivity.
This is the full plan of the whole station. You can see how massive it is. There are a lot of plans to build parks and green areas all around the station. But we can also see here several subway lines. Line number 8. This is line 24, connecting also here, 27, and line number 6. There are even some additional works being done here in the underground area. I think that's the area connecting to the parking lot.
Chongqing's mountainous terrain makes large-scale construction projects especially complex, so earth-moving and leveling the ground require more engineering and money than flat areas.
Building here in Chongqing is quite challenging. All the mountains that are surrounding this station. So in order to build this huge infrastructure, you can tell there how these mountains here, they were kind of cut in order to make all the space. In the next few years, this area will be transformed into a huge transportation commercial hub where a lot of people will be passing every single day. It's already becoming quite important here. This station will connect with several major cities in China like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou in the next few days when more trains start operation to this very station. Since this is the very first day of
one real advantage of high-speed rail in China via taking a flight in America is just how quickly you get through security. None of this shit showing up 2 hours early to wait in line. You walk through the medical detector and show them your passport. They check your name off a list. Security happens before everything is connected to your WeChat.
Operations, you can see other than regular passengers, you also see a lot of people, local people coming here to take pictures and take a look at this project. That happens quite often.
The station covers approximately 1.23 million square meters, roughly the size of 170 football fields. It is a critical junction in China's A-vertical and A-horizontal high-speed rail network, with travel times of around 1 hour to Chengdu and Guiyang, 3 hours to cities like Wuhan, Kunming, Changsha, and Xi'an, and approximately 6 hours to major hubs such as Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou.
And it's all run on electricity.
Live streaming industry here in China is just massive, it's crazy. And you can see a lot of different old ladies. They're called Ayis here in China. And they also have their group of friends and they come here just to make a video. Since there are so many platforms here where they can showcase their videos and even earn money. They're taking the opportunity to come here and also share the opening of this brand new train station.
The food at the terminal doesn't have insane markups because restaurants know that passengers could just order Meituan, Uber Eats to the station if the prices are outrageous.
你们觉得这个地方怎么样？
我可以很好，我们走轻
We
轨来
took the
的，
light rail
就
to
是
come
附近
here.
的。
We live
来拍视
nearby.
频拍照对吧？
哎，对对
你们
对。
都是
Are
朋
you
友
all
吗？
friends?
Eh,
Yes,
就是
friends.
你们是
Are you
网红
online
吗？
celebrities?
不是网红
Jesus
但是网红
celebrity.
吗？是网红。
哎，不是不是
No,
不
I am
是，
not.
哎。
Pockets to the old ladies.
I am right now on the second floor of the main hall of the station, and this area is quite empty, as you can tell. But in the next few months, several shops and restaurants are set to open in this area. Usually, this is a configuration for most of the new.
This is literally impossible for the US to build. I want you to understand this, that we cannot do this. Like this entire station is impossible for us to do. We're going to beat them in a war, by the way.
Train stations here in China, like Shenzhen North, Guangzhou South, Shanghai Hongqiao, where the main waiting hall and the access to the boarding gates are on the first floor in the main atrium, and all the services, restaurants, and shops are located here on this second level. This station started construction in late 2018, and
Nice, James. I'm jelly. How are you enjoying China? Does it suck? Be honest. How's China? As the average white monkey in China, how is China, James? Okay, James will eventually answer. We're not going to wait around.
in 2024, they start building the steel roof that you can see from here. It's beautifully made. During the first 6 months of this year, they were just completing the decoration details of the station. Today, in 2025, the station is fully operational, already welcome passengers from all around China. This station is so massive. It has 4 different entrances, north, south, east, and west. They all have these huge metal detectors or security checks. Every single train station in China, same as the subway stations, they have security checks, so you cannot enter with dangerous items like.
Right now, debating getting a full-time teaching job for some more cash, but life is so much better here working part-time. I have an easier life than I did working full-time in LA at a job that required my law degree.
Guns, chemicals. There are also several facilities to make traveling more comfortable, especially when it
Why
comes.
is the US so useless, people ask? It has a really easy answer. The answer is, and let's put this like, let's have this beautiful station in the background. We want the station in the back. The reason why the US is so useless is because the capitalist class is unconstrained. In China, there are capitalists. As a result of reform and opening up, some people were able to win the lottery and make a lot of money. But they're not a capitalist class, meaning they're not the ruling class. They do have power, they do have money, they do have influence, but they're not the ruling class. The ruling class is made up of the Chinese Communist Party elite. And so the Chinese Communist Party elite is operating under a variety of different geopolitical and constraints. So the capitalist class in China lives under the whip hand of the Communist Party. And the Communist Party is trying to remain in power. And so to remain in power, they believe, and this is what the Chinese Communist Party believe, the Chinese Communist Party believes that if regular people's lives are getting better, they will continue to support the Communist Party running the country. And so the communists whip the capitalists into line in order to keep raising the standard of living and the lives of regular Chinese people. That is why China is able to do this shit, because the capitalists are under the control of the Communist Party, and not like in America where the duopoly is under the control of the capitalist class, which whips them into shape. That is the difference. Now, there are vulnerabilities and risks with the Chinese model. You know, what happens if they have a really bad recession? What happens if their economic circumstances take a downturn? You know, what if the Communist Party makes mistakes or there's some sort of exogenous shock? Well, then we'll see. This is the fastest growing economy in the history of humanity. I think people don't know this, or they're delusional about it, but the Chinese economy under the Communist Party is the fastest growing economy in human history. There has never been a people anywhere in the history of the world that have improved their circumstances better and faster than the Chinese people have over the last 50 years. Nowhere. And this is something that a lot of people don't want to kind of like wrap their minds around, because it's like Americans, even me, we like the idea of being a citizen of the most powerful country, right? We want to be the richest country. We want to be the most powerful country. We want to be the big swinging dick. So there's a rejection of that reality in favor of, no, America's number one. This is tofu dreg. Chat, does this look like tofu dreg to you? I think that's why Dr. Wolf sees China as a great depiction of socialism. I mean, the reality is that Dengism and the Communist Party of China may have pulled the biggest, they may have shot the moon. I think a lot of people after the fall of the Soviet Union, there was this kind of lack of faith in so-called socialist projects. A lot of people were like, it's cynical, it's corrupt. No, and they don't really believe it. But honest to God, it seems like they may have actually done it. They may have actually tricked the capitalists into developing a communist country and letting a communist country develop. Like, this is what they were supposed to prevent. They were supposed to sanction. Like, for example, the United States never had more than 1% of our trade with the Soviet Union, whereas we've had 15 to 20% or more of our trade sustained with China for decades. This was not, we were supposed to treat China like Venezuela, where we sanction them, deny them the global economy, prevent resources from going there, prevent knowledge, do industrial sabotage. We accidentally developed a communist country. Oops. The superiority of the socialist system is demonstrated in the final analysis by faster and greater development of the productive forces than under the capitalist system. I mean, what could you even say?
Beautiful. It feels very spacious and quite modern. And that is a trend that we're seeing more and more in the design of these huge transportation hubs all around China. And I believe in the next few years, we're going to see more and more of these massive train stations in major cities all around China. The trend is to make it as bright and spacious as possible, to make the traveling process something more enjoyable. Now more and more people are traveling for leisure and to enjoy their holidays. And in this place is where it all started. And this is something that we're seeing also in big airports like Terminal 5.
Oh, by the way, chat. Oh, yes, finally. Thank you, Type Rogue. Okay, Type Rogue. You called me a commie cuck. Now, here's what I want. Here's something that's actually really interesting. Being conservative is actually very much more likely to be somebody who has actually deviant sexual interest. And according to the book, Tell Me What You Want, let me see if I could find you this, which is a deep study into the science of sexual desire. It turns out that conservatives are much more likely to be interested in being cucked. Like literally, they are much more likely to sexually fantasize and obsess over being cucked. I highly suggest you read it. It's from Dr. Justin Lee Miller, who's a social psychologist and one of the country's leading experts on human sexuality. He was in the faculty of Harvard. It's actually really super fucking interesting. He found in this book that Republicans fantasized much more about infidelity, cuckolding, and men with very large genitals compared to Democrats, who are more likely to fantasize about bondage and discipline behaviors or romantic intimacy. So in other words, Republicans are much more likely to fantasize about their partners cucking them with giant penis bulls or whatever. This is science, by the way. This is like a study. Yeah, we watched that yesterday, Macro. So it's like a study that basically Republicans and conservatives are far more likely to be sexual deviants, and Republican men are much more likely to fantasize about being cucked. Just anyway, and by the way, socialists are much better at fucking. This is also a scientific fact that socialist women in socialist societies have twice as many orgasms as women in capitalist societies.
Airport, the brand new Chengdu Airport, or the one in Qingdao, they all have.
Have I covered the strike in Philly? I really need to cover the strike in Philly. If you want to post in my Discord chat, we have news, content, and suggestions section on the Discord. If you have a story you want me to cover, the single best way to get me to cover a story is to put good sourced videos and stories and articles into my news, content, suggestion section so I can take a look at it ahead of stream and kind of do my own research and pull together stuff. So if you actually want me to talk about something, just typing "have you covered this" in chat is like a very low likelihood way to make me cover it, unless you give like a really good link or something. But if you put in the news, content, and suggestion section, I check that almost every day. It's my #1 channel on the Discord. You know, obviously don't post anything that's not a news, content, or suggestion, or you'll be perma'd. But yeah, you just need to like do that. So I want to talk about the Philly strike, actually.
Same kind of characteristics. They're very bright, they're very spacious, they're very modern. Here in the middle, we also can see an information desk where you can come and ask anything that you might need. I'm pretty sure some of those staff also can speak English, and that's something we're seeing also more often since China is opening up more and more to welcome foreign visitors. Now, this is the first station where you don't need to check your ID or your passport before accessing the train station. You can just go through security check, and right in the boarding gate, you can check your ID or your ticket. In China, we don't need tickets anymore. They're all linked to your ID or your passport number. But before, in every single station, you have a double check process. Now that's part of the past, at least from this station. You don't need to do it anymore. You just do it once at the boarding gate and it's inside the station. So actually anybody can enter the station as long as they cross the security check first. We also have here beautiful, brand new, state-of-the-art toilets. Very clean, very spacious, and that's something I like to see. I mean, having clean toilets is important. Here you have the squat toilets, and on the other side, I believe they have the regular... there's only one.
Using gamification for socialism. Let's go. Anyway, chat, let's take a look over in New York City at their infrastructure.
It's a maze. This is one bad station, guys. So I'm at 168th. Wow, this place is so dirty. My God. So guys, there's no way a city like New York can afford to make this look just a little bit better. Come on, let's be real, guys. What the hell is this? My God. Looks like a bunch of poop stains. Like literally someone just like rubbed poop all around this and they left it here. And it goes all along, guys. Like look, it doesn't stop. It keeps going. Just like somebody just kept rubbing it all over. Look at this. It shouldn't cost much to fix this, guys. This is nothing. You know what else I've realized about this station? Look at all the gum marks on the ground. And then guys, these stairs haven't been touched up probably since they were made. Look at this. These stairs come with an STD for sure. A little bit of skin to skin, you're for sure getting an STD over here.
Sorry, chat. That's just the background noise of being in an American transport station.
About the New York metro system, the ceilings are all so low. I'm guessing it's because it's so old, like they didn't have the flexibility to make them very grand and big, but it looks like most of them have barely had any major renovations done to them.
The reason why I brought this guy, because I recognize him, because he went to China.
Wow. Guys, I was not expecting.
So like this is like the reality of the situation in America, which is we can't build anything, and the stuff we have was made 150 years ago.
Actually, only this one is a toilet. Most of them are squat toilet because that's what Chinese people are used to. And people smoking as well, all the facilities. No napkins though, but they have these hand dryers that you can use to dry your hands. This station is truly massive. Oh my gosh, we just came to the other side, which is, I would say, the main entrance, and here you can see the extension and the different levels, the different floors for this station. Thousands of people visiting Chongqing Station today. I am truly surprised with this station. Just look at that. They just made this in less than 6 years. It's just crazy to think the speed and the level of the modern construction in China. I came now to the subway station that is right underneath the main train station. It's just incredible. It's massive, it's huge. Again, we have around 4 different lines that is connecting the whole city of Chongqing with this station. So no matter where you're coming from in the city, you can reach this place in a matter of minutes in a convenient and very cheap way. That's another thing I love about transportation systems here in China. They're very affordable. Like, you just spend less than $1 for a regular subway ride. Beautiful, and it kind of keeps the same design language of the whole train station. The colors, the patterns on the roof and the floor is quite similar. Well, I just came to the station to take a look and show you guys what it looks like, but now it's time to go back. I actually already bought a ticket to the other.
I mean, like, if you propose something like this in America, they'd say we can't afford it. But then they go ahead and spend $170 billion on ICE.
Station, Chongqing West, that's where I'm staying. I have only 10 minutes before the train departs, so I really need to rush. I'm worried because the station is quite big, and I don't know if I'm gonna have enough time to catch it, but I'll try my best. I need to run. My boarding gate is all the way to the other side, the other end of the station. The station is huge, so, oh my God. I think I made it. Let's try. Oh my God.
You lost track
Almost
of time.
There. Already scan the ID, my passport. Now we're gonna catch a train. We just have like 2 more minutes. We made it. Right on time.
This is what the Democrats are. The end of predictable progress. That's what the Democrats are offering. Fucking losers, dude. Like, these centrist Democrats are our bane. Centrist Democrats are people that are too scared to dream. They're socially oriented. This is the thing about liberals. Stop trying to talk to them. Stop trying to convince them that we can do X, Y, and Z thing. You need to talk around them. If somebody says, no, we can't, tell them to get fucked. Literally. They're regime people. They just follow whatever the social milieu is. Those same people in China, if they were born in China, they would be dyed-in-the-wool Communist Party members. They are only operating in the social environment that they think they're in. So what you have to do, if you want to change a liberal and give them hope, change the social environment they're in. They will come along. You can never, they just don't listen to argument or logic. They only orient themselves socially. Once you recognize that a large amount of people are like that, you need to realize that the best way to deal with them is not to try to convince them rationally. It's to engineer a social environment. that they have to conform to. Democrats told to get shot for the anti-Trump resistance. As town halls in their districts and one-on-one meetings with constituents and activists, Democratic members of Congress are facing a growing thrum of demands to break the rules, fight dirty, and not afraid to get hurt. And this is what I'm talking about. Chat, it's my moment. It's my moment. It's my fucking moment. House Democrats told Axios they see a growing anger among their base that has, in some cases, morphed into a disregard for American institutions, political traditions, and even the rule of law. This idea that we're going to save every norm and we're not going to play Republicans' game, I don't think that's resonating with voters anymore, said one House Democrat. Another told Axios that a sense of fear, despair, and anger among voters puts us in a different position where we can't keep following norms of decorum. For months, Democratic lawmakers have fumed that their base's demands to fight harder misunderstand the lack of legislative and investigative power afforded to the minority party in Congress. We've got people who are desperately wanting us to do something. No matter what we say, they want more. Hey guys, have you considered, I don't know, leading a strike? I don't know. Have you thought about coming out and saying we're never going to do another unanimous consent? We're going to force votes on everything. We're going to filibuster everything. We're not going to, for example, raise the fucking debt ceiling. Do you remember when they surrendered on that 4 months ago? Don't you remember? Remember that, chat? House Democrats. This was in May. I'm sorry. This is in March. Did you forget? House Democrats stew over Schumer's capitulation on GOP funding bill. Did you forget? It's barely been 4 months. Oh, the Democrats can't do anything. Well, they gave up all their power. I mean, this is the pathetic shit. Some Democrats attended the yearly Democratic policy retreat here went so far as to privately hope that AOC would launch a primary challenge against Schumer. Some centrist lawmakers even quipped about cutting checks to AOC's campaign. Dr. King once made the observation that although everyone may not see it at the moment, the time is always right to do what's right, he said. Fuck you, you fucking Zionist shit. Fuck this piece of shit. Liberal voters have angrily accosted Democrats at town halls for, in their view, not doing enough to counter President Trump's agenda. In response, some Democrats have tried to up the ante, heckling Trump, mounting rogue impeachment attempts, and getting tackled by law enforcement and even indicted in their efforts to scrutinize the president's deportation campaign. What we're hearing, the grassroots once more. Some of them have suggested that what we really need to do is be willing to get shot. Our own base is telling us that what we're doing is not good enough. There needs to be blood to grab the attention of the press and the public, the lawmaker said. People smile, chat, if you think blood is just too far. It's too far. People smile if you think it's just too far. A fourth House Democrat said constituents have told them civility isn't working and to prepare for violence to fight to protect our democracy. People smile if you are thinking, violence? That's not according to the rules. A fifth House Democrat told Axios that people online have sent me crazy shit. Told me to storm the White House and stuff like that. Though they added, there's always people on the internet saying crazy stuff. A sixth House Democrat said that when they try to persuade voters to channel their frustration into a focus on winning back Congress in 2026, people who are angry don't accept that. They're angry beyond things. It's like the Roman Colosseum. People just want more and more of the spectacle. Many lawmakers said these voters tend to be white, well-educated, and live in upscale suburban or urban neighborhoods. Not only would that be a gift to Donald Trump, not only would that make a job of Republicans in Congress easier if we were all mired in legal troubles, we are a group that is disproportionately people of color, women, LGBTQ people, people who do not fare very well in prison. This rad lib bullshit is totally gonna fail. Why is my sub counter broken again? What the fuck is going on with this shit fucking app? What the fuck is going on? I swear to fucking God, man. This pisses me off so fucking much how shit this thing is. Damn it, Mike is so HD right now. Am I HD? Oh, wait, hold on. I have to like actually look at my camera. I have this one flyer. Oh my God. Nothing is required if you're willing to work on other people's campaigns. You'd be surprised the power you have without the education. I legitimately, and I mean this, we've got to get more people running for Congress. We have got to figure out a way of getting more actually left-wing people to run for Congress. Not centrists, not Democratic Party people, actual left-wingers. We should be having people who don't even think they can run. We got to figure this shit out. We got to figure something much better out. Mike, you know, it started at LA. You know who to start with. Am I right? Am I right or am I right? She would be such a good choice. It would be so funny. Get ready to hear about my buddy's campaign. He is a farmer running against Mike Johnson. Oh, no.
They're shutting it down from everything I've seen. He is taking control of the FBI CIA blackmail file, and now I suddenly see this deep state more and more rolling over. People say, well, that's very immoral to do. The argument would be it's too...
Dr. Abdul El Sayed is running for the Michigan Senate seat. He just announced his first campaign fundraising haul, 1.6 million. Yeah, I'm excited for that. We're gonna be pushing more Abdul. I mean, when is the primary, right? It's not till next year, right? Yeah, I mean, it's so early. That's why it's not cooking as much, because it's just so fucking early. Like online, people don't cook until like within a month or two of the actual election. Like, you could start to build shit up, and you absolutely should. Join the Corbyn party. Hell yeah, brother. All right, let's watch some of this, like, the Texas floods. I can't believe they don't even have sirens. Like, it's actually, how expensive is that? I mean, it's actually fucking crazy. You kill 100 plus people. You're telling me, like come on.
To tell my community and those families who are waiting, this will be a rough week. Primary search continues, and we remain hopeful every foot, every mile, every bend of the river.
Nobody's alive. Okay? They're dead. Their bodies are probably being ripped apart by coyotes at this point. Let's be fucking honest. Would you recommend DSA or PSL to get involved with? I have both in the area, and I want to get in and get involved. My personal feeling is that you have to go where your heart pulls you. At this moment in history, I feel that regular people are still in the electoral realm. So if you're talking to people about politics, the number one way people are going to talk to you about politics is through the electoral realm. So being involved in that is how you're going to scoop up hundreds of thousands of people and get them from being completely inert politically to doing shit. However, I value PSL extremely highly. So my answer to you is go where your heart takes you.
The mayor of Kerrville, Texas, speaking to his community yesterday in the wake of the devastating flash flooding that swept through the region. We're going to go through live to the hard-hit area as the death toll continues to rise and questions mount about the warning systems there. Plus,
I would definitely say that PSL is much more likely to get completely red scared by the American state. That is probably true. That being said, I don't think they're going to be able to pull off anything.
President Trump welcomes Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
They'll probably try to go after DSA too.
House will look at whether progress was made toward a ceasefire agreement in Gaza. And the Trump administration is facing backlash this morning after a DOJ and FBI investigation found convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein did not have a client list. We'll go through the right-wing anger toward the Attorney General on that. Good morning and welcome to Morning Joe. It's Tuesday, July 8th with Joe, Willie, and me here. And we start, Willie, this morning with the latest out of Central Texas.
Yeah, good morning, guys. The death toll, as you mentioned, Mika, from those devastating floods now has risen to more than 100 people across 6 counties. The majority of those killed in storm-ravaged Kerr County, where local officials say 28 children are among the dead. That county is where Camp Mystic is located, a beloved, nearly century-old summer camp for girls. Camp officials yesterday say they're grieving the loss of 27 campers and counselors following the catastrophic flooding on the Guadalupe River. 10 girls and 1 counselor from the camp still missing this morning. We're learning more as well about some of the victims of the deadly storm that swept through parts of the state. Blair and Brooke Harbor, just 11 and 13 years old, were vacationing with their family in Hunt, Texas, camping when pounding rain and floodwater ripped through the area. When rescuers recovered their bodies on Saturday, the sisters were found with their hands.
Texas City requires Israel pledge for hurricane relief. What the fuck? A Texas city has required residents who were seeking government disaster relief funds in the wake of Hurricane Harvey to pledge not to boycott Israel. Oh, I need to make something about that. Dude, come on. Come on. Anti-Semitism is wrong. All right? Anti-Semitism is very wrong. Keep that in mind. All right? Keep that in mind.
I'm confused. Who's the king?
I am.
Oh.
And do you know what they... Yeah, okay, well, it's not that funny. People in the back are laughing. It's not that funny.
Yes.
What do they say when you swing at the king? What? You best not miss
is the saying. I'm still... So you're the king in this analogy.
Yes, clearly.
What are you the king of exactly?
I don't know. This game.
Okay.
This podcast?
Yeah, this podcast. I'm the king. You swung at me and you fucking missed big time. And guess what?
Yes.
I've never been betrayed like this in my whole life by someone I cared about this closely. And then you had the audacity to come and make another video and justify CPS call. You endorse snark. You live snark. Again, you are elevating disgusting, hateful people who have spent their time harassing me and my family. Look at me. This is me. I win, you lose. And you will continue to lose, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm not done. I'll never be done. I will never be done with you. That's how much you've betrayed me and how much I want you to know how much you lose and I win. Do you understand, Anissa? And I'm not even talking to iDubbbz anymore. He's insignificant. He's gone.
Wow, so he's obsessed with a woman. I don't think he's dodging those misogyny allegations, chat. I don't think he's dodging the misogyny allegations. She didn't make the video. But that's because he is trying to court an incel audience, chat. An incel alt-right audience. That's the new H3 audience he's trying to get.
Anissa, you're the one. You're coming center stage. You're going to start streaming now. I want you to understand something.
Yes.
I am never gonna be done.
Chat, you want to see something really hilarious? Monthly gained views for Hasanabi on YouTube. This is on YouTube. All right? On YouTube. 37 million. An all-time high. The H3 podcast, June 2025, 7.6 million. The lowest it's been ever in the history of the podcast. And if you want an understanding of just how much they're falling off, they've been gone for, I think, 2 weeks. So that could explain some of the dip, right? Some of the dip is, oh, Mike, they were on vacation for a week at the end of June. So, you know, they're probably more like, 9 or 10 million if they had just kept streaming. I don't know about that, man. And this is just Hassan's actual channel, not his fan channels, not his orbiters, just him. 37 mil, spiking to an all-time high. And this is his secondary channel. Remember, Hassan actually puts all of his effort into Twitch and maybe Instagram. All right? He's not putting effort into YouTube. This is like a side project of his. And if you look at H3, their return stream after being gone for 2 weeks, 373,000 views. Meanwhile, they are supposedly in the middle of some big drama. He puts Denims, Hassan, iDubbbz, Anissa, and Taylor Lorenz in his thumbnail. Nobody gives a shit. No one gives a shit at all. You're fucking falling off. I'm suing Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron after 2 weeks only has 594,000 views. Like, his channel is dying. Like, he used to get double that for dumb bullshit. Let's just scroll back last year. Wait, we'll scroll back to while the leftovers still exists. Just so you understand how much more he used to get. Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson are pro-human trafficking, 1 million. Colin Ballinger's lawyer sent me a cease and desist, 1.9 million. By the way, look how he's always been just a drama slop channel. 2.6 million, 1.6, 1.3. The Crew does the sour challenge. Still has 900,000. Mitch McConnell, leftovers, 800,000. Trump's third indictment, 724,000. Drake and Bobby, bizarre falling out, 1.2 million. Bizarre falling out. Trying DIY TikTok bathroom recipes, 1 million. Crowder cheated on his wife, 800,000. The Colin Ballinger saga took a weird new turn, 3 million. 3 million! Bro can't even get 300,000. You're surprised? I'm going to war with the entire internet, 600,000. Unmasking the harassment campaign, 600,000. Our trip to Disneyland was a disaster. Lolcow turns violent. Like, look at what his content is now. Noah Sampson's exposed as massive creep. Confronting Nelk on their Andrew Tate affiliation. Noah Sampson, retract or lawyer up. He didn't retract. The only video he has that are actually good, and this is why iDub should sue him for copyright infringement on the same logic that he's purportedly suing other people, is reacts to the iDub content cop. Reacting to the entire iDub content cop. He's saying that doing this, reacting to the entire video is copyright infringement. 1.6 million. His only good videos are him reacting to iDub shit. They sent 2 human skulls to my house. They. I think he means the company he ordered it from. Or his business partners ordered it from. Dear Frogan. Oh, talking to Sam Cedar. 1 million. Like, his only good videos are literally... He's got so many iDubs, denims, Hassan, Anissa, head thumbnails. Holy shit. Anissa, Hassan, denims. How many? What a pathetic fucking loser, dude. Holy shit. All right, let's get back to real stuff. Sorry about that, chat. I got distracted. Beach, thank you for the tier 1. What are his most popular videos, just so we can see how bad his best ideas are? Oh, his most popular video? You mean on the podcast? Did I close it? I honestly don't give a shit. I just want... Oh, here we go. David Dobrik footage. James Charles apology. Responding to David Dobrik's apology. Brittany Broski is back. The real reason frenemies broke up. The Colin Ballinger PowerPoint. It's all to drama slop. It's all reacting to drama slop. Are there any women left in his audience? Oh yeah, there's going to be people that just remain there because they have nowhere else to go. You know what I mean? Like they made it part of their personality. They're just going to stay, but he's falling off. He's falling off. As a business person, why would he do this? Because he's not thinking from the point of view of a business. He's thinking from the point of view of an injured ego narcissist. He's doing a narcissistic smear campaign, and he's psychosexually obsessed with these women and Hassan. It is what it is. And he allowed himself to be manipulated by Destiny and Dan Saltzman. Which is legitimately the funniest shit.
Is locked together. That's according to a relative. 4 days out now from those raging.
One of my old childhood friends is an H3 stan. I can confirm all the girls left are mean girls who hate Trisha. I mean, can you imagine liking Gila Klein? Gila Klein might be the most unlikable human being to ever live. The only time that H3 was doing well was when she was actually hiding her real personality and just laughing along. As like she was the in-studio laugh track. That was her best role.
Floods, rescue crews still not giving up on the search for survivors, continuing to comb through the region in their search. But more rain is expected in central Texas over the coming days. The National Weather Service extended some riverside flood watches and warnings through Thursday, telling residents to remain vigilant, Nika.
And as some officials in Texas continue to criticize the National Weather Service in the aftermath of the fatal floods, an investigation by NBC Dallas-Fort Worth found the agency first issued a warning 12 hours ahead of the surging waters. Troy Kimmel, an Austin-based meteorologist and emergency manager, told NBC he believes the Weather Service issued timely alerts with the best information available. The question remains, did those alerts reach the people who needed them the most? Hard-hit Kerr County does not have a weather siren system, in part because some local officials felt it was too expensive to install. The Weather Service says it added keywords to a late-night warning to automatically trigger wireless alerts on cell phones and weather radios in the area. But at Camp Mystic, where cell phones were not allowed, or in other rural areas of the county with limited service, many may not have received the alerts at all. Meanwhile, one Texas town had something its nearby neighbors did not have. Comfort, Texas recently updated its disaster alert system.
All they have is this like single pole with a siren on it. They can't afford that. Guys, I am not trying to laugh at the victims of the flood. I think it's fucked up, but I think that if your ideology is so extreme that you don't want the government to build a warning siren so your children don't die, I mean, that's like a religion at that point, right? Like it's not even, it is like some sort of pseudo political religion. It's not even it transcends rationality at that point. It's a death cult worshiping mammon, the market. It's absolutely like, this is why we need the federal, like, we should honestly abolish the states. Can we be honest? Who gives a shit about the states? If anything, they're fucking annoying. Like, I understand you wanting to have regional divisions for the purpose of, like, you know, managing things in a certain, like, say, climate or, you know, natural economic zone. Like, that makes sense. But states, they're fucking arbitrary and stupid. Can we get rid of them? Like, why isn't, say, like, Camden and Philadelphia managed in the same block? You know what I mean? Like, New York City and Jersey City should be managed in the same block. It should all be united and integrated. We shouldn't have all these fucking divisions. They're stupid. They're fucking stupid. Split New Jersey between New York and Pennsylvania. Let's be honest. New Jersey shouldn't exist. Delaware shouldn't exist. Let's be honest. Maryland shouldn't exist. Let's be honest. Like, New Jersey, there is South Jersey and there's North Jersey. It was so funny because I had a waiter the other day and she says, "Oh, I'm from New Jersey." And I said, "What part?" And she said, "Oh, I'm from South Jersey." And then we started talking about it. She's like, "Yeah, I'm only 20 minutes from Philadelphia, so it's really great." I'm like, exactly. New Jersey is either South Jersey, aka they identify with Philly, or they're from North Jersey and they identify with New York. Jersey is not, it's a suburb. Let's be honest. Central Jersey is real. Guys, Central Jersey is real, really, honestly, come on. Phillipsburg is real. The only reason Phillipsburg exists is to have cheaper gas so that people on the eastern edge of Pennsylvania can cross the bridge and fill their tank. Let's be honest.
Installing a new siren in the volunteer fire department's headquarters and moving the old one to a low-lying area of town. Friday.
The only problem with no states is states' rights is the only thing stopping things like abortion to be banned on a national level, or sanctuary cities is another example. If we didn't have states, we would have a far more fair electoral system that would be far more democratically responsive, and therefore there would be far more consequences for doing shitty things. You are somebody who bought into the idea that America's veto points are America's strength. America's veto points are what make conservatives powerful because they convince people that the government can't do anything, which means that people who are skeptical of government action are proven right time and time again. And so political philosophies that require the government to actually do more shit can't succeed because the government doesn't work. There's too many veto points. You're saying the veto points actually help us veto things. They didn't help us veto shit. The vast majority of Americans want legal abortion. If we had a more democratic system, we would have legal abortion, period. If we had a more democratic system, we wouldn't have two parties. We'd have more than two parties. And so the thermostatic effects would be severely lessened because left-leaning people wouldn't necessarily fluctuate between Republican, or you know what I mean? They would fluctuate between multiple different polls. It was harder for a complete reversal of policy to actually take place. You would have to go, what is democratically supported would be much more likely to be passed. Figure out your texture and pattern, moisture needs, and hair protein needs. That sounds like something that I do not have any interest in doing. What you really need to do is tell me how to get somebody else to do it for me. That's what you really are saying. Sam Cedar predicted the Texas floodings while shitting on Ezra Abundance, further validating your tweets about him. Ooh, I should make a TikTok about this.
You know why they build a lot more housing in Houston? It's because it's in fucking Texas. This thing is a rundown after 10 years, and
it's not just that
power grid goes out.
Much of their fucking housing was built in floodplains, and it may not make a difference.
By the way, chat, he's copying me. This is my talking point that he saw, motherfuckers. Houston, May 20th, Houston builds sprawl on unsuitable and dangerous floodplains. It's cheap because of a lot of government money subsidizing the uneconomical highways and car-dependent infrastructure. Motherfucker, I actually was replying to this shit. Here, just search floodplains. Oh, you have people quote tweeting me. I really hope another journalist presses Klein on this because I suspect he will say, even with the deaths, building on floodplains is still worth it. What's funny is in 2021, I went and looked. He was like, building on floodplains is bad. Right after Hurricane Harvey. That shows you how much of a fucking liar he is. Houston builds sprawl on unsuitable and dangerous floodplains. It's cheap because of a lot of government money subsidizing the uneconomical highways and car-dependent infrastructure, unsustainable in every way, financially and ecologically. It's the Strode capital of the world. They aren't building like crazy. Yes, Los Angeles sprawled in the 60s and is now geographically contained. Houston has swamp and floodplains to spread onto still. What is confusing here? This is why you actually have to analyze shit. You can't just be like, Houston, good.
For the first 10 years, but at one point, all that fucking housing is going to get wiped out. Now, maybe you make a calculation. We're going to risk it. At one point, 10 years, 20, 30 years down the road, it's all going to get wiped out. But it's in floodplains because they don't have those regulations. And maybe you make the calculation, look, we're going to be able to build this housing. It's just that the kids are going to have a 50% asthma rate. And that's the decision that we as a community decide to make. They want to obscure those decision makings by shutting down the people who will raise those complaints. And it is fundamentally anti-democratic. And I tried to also bring up uses the Shapiro thing in rebuilding I-95, that bridge that fell. And Shapiro basically, state of emergency, froze all environmental and labor and all these other things. And my argument is, yes, it's an emergency.
He's repairing something that was already there. You don't need to do a study of anything. You're not reconfiguring anything. You're just repairing something. What the fuck example is that? It's not even an example. That's the dumbest fucking example I've ever heard in my life. The fact that people think that's an argument is insane.
And Shapiro was able to do that because all of the constituencies basically said, agreed, this is an emergency. We need this bridge built. Too many of our union workers drive across that bridge to get to work.
By the way,
too many
unions did it. Unions are the ones who built the fucking thing. So the whole argument that it's, unions are the ones fucking us. Who do you think fixed I-95? It was fucking building trades, you dumb fucks. It wasn't some Texas-based construction firm that came in out of state with illegal immigrants. It was Philly-based trade unions, you dumb fuck.
Or low-income kids, drive across that bridge to go to school, whatever it is. The community agreed on the notion of it's an emergency, and so we're willing to suspend these things. You can't do that in a time of non-emergency without being fundamentally anti-democratic. And then let me just say, in terms of the book, you read the book, Derek Thompson's section is about the NIH and how they became risk-averse in giving grants to scientists, and that the amount of new discoveries that we have has been contracting because the federal government grants to the NIH required more scrutiny. And the NIH has, and down, upstream is Congress issuing money to the NIH, and then the NIH being sort of more scrutinizing different things. And he cited there were Democratic lawmakers. There definitely were, but there was also Republicans going, essentially going, in the 80s and the 90s and maybe even the aughts. Why are we spending $1 million on analyzing the poop of owls? like where's our money going to? And he says, just like the government got too scrutinizing in issuing these grants, so too does the government get too, over-regulated in building. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? One is an anti-tax sentiment, an anti-government sentiment, right? Like those people are up there demonizing the way that taxes are being spent on wackadoodle, like we're looking at like the penis size of a penguin, like we're what with taxpayer money. This is a fundamentally anti-governmental, anti-tax movement that definitely involves some conservative Democrats, but also is a Republican movement. And to say that that is analogous to environmental groups and civil justice groups saying like, hey, this housing, like you can't do this. You can't put that power plant in this low-income Black neighborhood.
Watching you from the hospital with my first amount of food in 64. Thank you, Go Peanut. Hope you feel better, man.
Because what the fuck? We're going to get asthma. To say these two things are the same is completely fucking blinkered. And
by the way, I mean, Ezra Klein is a blinker dope, and his book is stupid. It's legitimately insulting to anyone with a basic level of intelligence. If you actually understand life and construction, then you understand that it isn't, oh, you need to have air filters that's fucking things up. It's the fact that we do not allow nonprofit organizations to just take a block of money and build housing with it. We're not allowed to do that. You have to go through 8 different fucking committees because we don't want to have the government absorb all the money towards housing and do it efficiently. Efficiently is not what we do with our money. It's wasted and grafted by a million fucking people.
New 2-tiered siren system. Officials say no one in
I admire the wideness of your knowledge. It's called running for office, studying, going to law school, being an autodidact who's also highly educated while also doing, writing policy in a wide variety of areas and having real life experience on development. Allentown, Pennsylvania, which I spent a lot of time in, has what's called the NIZ, Neighborhood Improvement Zone, which was specifically designed to develop parcels that were blighted. And they gave them all sorts of, I've seen the whole abundance shit. And you know what the net effect of abundance was? Housing was the most unaffordable of any city in Pennsylvania when you compare housing costs to median income. I know this entire story. It doesn't fucking work. No matter how many billions of dollars you give to private developers, it does not give you abundance. Like, these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about because they don't care. Mike, I finally got a raise to $23 an hour as an HVAC installer. You need more raises. You should be like at $50 an hour. More money. But congrats, man.
Died
congrats
as a result
on the 3 weeks
of
off.
the floods, and perhaps, Willie, it was the sirens.
Yeah, it may have been, especially since we're talking about something that happened in the middle of the night when people are sleeping and maybe not hearing an alert or seeing one on their phone. Let's go to Texas, where we find NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray. He is in Kerrville this morning. Jay, what's the latest there?
Yeah, good morning, Willie, Mika, Joe. Let's start with that search, the rescue and the recovery. It is still going on around the clock here. Hundreds of first responders on the ground and in the air. We're several hours away from sunrise here, and we've already seen multiple choppers overhead using night vision. As you talk about, more than 100 have died as a result of the storms here. That number expected to grow. And officials for the first time acknowledging they're not really sure how many are missing at this point, saying, and I'm quoting here, it's a lot, dozens still missing as that search continues. I want to give you a look at some of the devastation left behind by these floodwaters. The family, an elderly couple and their daughter who were in this home, did manage to get out as the water rushed in, mud coating everything inside. And so they pulled what they can outside. And this is a scene replaying along the Guadalupe River right now. A lot of people trying to salvage anything they can from this wreckage. And really the pieces of so many lives scattered not only in the front and backyards of these homes, but for miles picked up by the water and pulled away. And this is a process that's going to continue for quite some time. They're, again, trying to find anything they can in this wreckage. And when you look at all of this, you get a picture of what's going on here. And it really is hard to rationalize when these families are telling you, with all that's been lost here, they're the lucky ones. But the perspective is real. They've seen what's been lost here, and they are struggling right now, grieving as they begin to make the turn towards some type of recovery that's going to be difficult. They're going to need some help, guys.
Jay, so many of these stories have touched the country, specifically the ones coming out of Camp Mystic, that beloved summer camp for girls down on the banks of the river. We know that the director of the camp, the longtime director of the camp, Dick Eastland, died trying to save some of these girls, was swept away as well. What more do we know coming out of the camp about numbers and who they may still be looking for?
I like Mike's stream, always away from drama. He was saying why Ethan only drama because it works, but he actually made a point to stream, and all the drama is only 10%, which is refreshing from all other streamers who do politics. 10% politics and 90% drama. But I always say the reality is that drama is a good way to bring people in because it is what it is. But my main goal is to get as many politics Andys to watch me as possible. That's what I want. I want politics Andys. I don't just want maximum viewership stream to stream, because then I'll be chasing the algo, and then eventually I'll lose what makes me unique, and my stream will actually die out. It's like understanding the difference between dessert and what your diet should be. I like getting the dopamine of eating a sugary dessert, but if you eat a sugary dessert for every meal, you're gonna get sick. So I try to feed you vegetables and candy, and I try to balance it. But my long-term goal is to have a political community of left-wingers. That's what I want to build. I want to build that as large as I can, but that's fundamentally what I want it to be about. I also want you guys to fight back against these people. This is my other thing. I want you to politically fight back on the internet from these people. If you see someone slandering me or Denims or Frogan or Hassan or Casey Tron or Caroline or Austin Show or whoever the fuck, I want you to jump in there and fight back. I want you to go after them. I want you to look at the person and see if they're a Destiny supporter or a Sam Hyde viewer. I want you to expose people. When somebody slanders someone, if they're an Asmongold viewer, everybody should know that. It should be socially painful to be part of these communities, and they should be called out immediately, and they should be exposed, and you should fight back. You should get in those comment sections. You should defend these people. That's part of the game of doing politics on the internet. Because if you don't do that, if you just go, oh, I'm going to throw my hands up about drama, you allow them to create echo chambers. You allow them to dominate search engine optimization about people. You have to get in there. You have to fight back. You should make TikToks of your own defending these people and going after Ethan and making fun of Teddy Fresh. Like, that is the way to fight back. We can't fight back by ignoring it. We can't fight back by just going, I want to talk about politics only. No, you have to fight these people on the ground, and you have to make the content creators who do far right shit feel heat. Feel like, oh no. I legitimately think that we should consider organizing even more, causing consequences to people that are associated with Nazis. Like there's not enough. The fact that, Ethan Klein can promote Sam Hyde on his stream as extremely funny and downplay his anti-Semitism and downplay his Holocaust denial and downplay that the guy is a fucking abusive pedophile rapist is, that's not okay. And we need to fight back. We need to fight fire with fire. I have tried sitting back and just focusing on my content. They will slander you till the time immemorial. You want to shut these fuckers up? You have to retaliate in kind, which means if somebody is attacking one of these people, fucking respond. Dogpile their ass. Give them the same energy back.
Yeah, we know that at least 10 campers as well as a counselor are still missing, and so that's something that they are focused on.
Don't say anything about Adam Friedland Stavy and Nick Mullen's friend. I love. Yeah. Sam Hyde is an actual piece of shit.
Here, and Willie, you make a great point. That camp's really an institution, not only here in the Hill Country, but across Texas. So many people have gone to that camp. It's 100 years old, and a lot of those who have been a part of the camp are returning. They're volunteering and trying to help and doing what they can, not only to help with the cleanup, with the recovery, and with the camp itself, but with so many who survive there and trying to help them as they come to grips with what's happened and try to figure out how they're going to move forward.
You know, Jay, obviously, whenever hurricanes hit or any storms hit, there are always the questions that we're hearing now. I mean, sort of questions. What did the government do? How could they have done it better? I certainly heard it on the ground after Katrina, asking those questions about a Republican president, a Democratic governor, Democratic mayor. We heard it last year with Hurricane Helene and FEMA's response. I know you're on the ground day in, day out, talking to residents, talking to local officials, talking to healthcare workers. What are you hearing? What are the biggest questions right now that are arising in these first tragic days afterwards? What could government on all levels have done better?
Yeah, and Joe, I think you make some great points there. It is a frustration for so many here that there was not some type of warning system in place, that they did not have sirens, even though it was looked into by the council here and by so many across Kirk County. It just wasn't something they decided to do, and so that's very frustrating in light of all that's been lost. I have to be frank, while they do talk about that and while they do want to find answers for how to move forward, I don't think for the most part the people here in the strike zone are focused on finding fault right now. They're way too busy. They've got to clean up areas like this. They've got to bury those who've been recovered, lost, and they've got to try and find those that are still missing. And so it's definitely an issue. It's definitely a problem. And there are questions about how the warning system worked and with areas that don't have cell service or where it's sketchy at best. There's got to be a better answer to all of this. But I'm going to be real honest. Right now, that's not the primary focus.
Of course not. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray reporting live this morning from Kerrville, Texas. Thank you so much. We greatly appreciate it as always. And you know, Willie, those questions do come. They should come. But as Jay said, right now, we're in the middle of an active search. I will say the thing that seems to stand out the most right now, obviously, is the decision not to spend about $50,000 on an early warning system for the area most grievously hit, just because they believed $50,000 was too expensive.
Yeah, there are a lot of those stories coming out in the details about warnings given or not given, and to these
warnings given or not given. They don't spend any time or money building the warning systems, and then they want to say it's not our fault.
People camping on the banks of this river to those sweet girls.
Is abundance just ANCAP? No, abundance is just neoliberalism again. Let's do the same exact shit except slightly more to the right. That's it. Let's just do Bill Clinton again. Let's just do Barack Obama again. Let's just do Joe Biden again, but a little bit more right wing, a little bit more disrespectful of unions, a little bit more disrespectful of environmental regulations, a little bit more focused on giving money to capitalists directly. That's what it is. It's neoliberalism the fifth time.
And the staff at Camp Mystic, those questions will all be asked and investigated, and perhaps some things will change because of it. But I'm sure you too, Joe, have heard personal stories from people the way I have too. We've got friends in Dallas and Houston and all over the place who either had kids there or kids who used to go there, or they were counselors there, and what a special place this was, and how devastating, obviously, this is to the families who've lost children, those holding out some hope that their child may be found somehow, some way, all these days later now. It's just devastating and truly, truly heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking. I've been thinking, do you ever feel like a demand to support your views much more strongly than what should be required? I despise neoliberalism, for example. There's always so much pushback, and I feel like I should know even more. You have to be more specific with your question. There's nothing that I advocate for that I don't know a lot about. So I am ready to debate anyone, anytime on any of the things that I support. Like, so I'm not advocating for things that I don't understand. If what I advocate sounds good to you, great, support what I'm saying, but I'm not like you, which is no disrespect to you. It's just, I'm on a different level of the pyramid of advocacy. Like, I have studied this a long time. So when I make a point, it isn't just that it sounds good to me morally or something. It's because I've studied the public policy alternatives, and I think this is the one that gives the best outcome.
So much focus has been on Camp Mystic, the site of some of the worst tragedies. So much focus has been on Camp Mystic, the site of some of the worst tragedies in this flood, but it's also where hundreds were.
Camp Mystic, guys, is something that like LBJ sent his daughter to. I'm pretty sure like elites go to this camp. This is like a hyper elite camp. The camp that got flooded, these are some of the like richest families in Texas.
Were saved thanks to acts of heroism. When the flood hit Friday, Coast Guard choppers arrived at this summer camp and rescued more than 200 people. 165 of those stranded campers were saved by a single Coast Guard swimmer, Scott Ruskin. But he's also stressed this was a team effort. And we're joined now by the aircraft commander who flew that mission, Lieutenant Ian Hopper. Lieutenant, thank you for being with us. Thank you for your efforts out there. Take us through those initial minutes. You learn about the flooding, you get called up. How long until you're in the air and en route to the flood zone?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Anna. Yeah, it was quite a whirlwind at the beginning. We are the Coast Guard, right? We're used to operating along the coast in the maritime environment. So learning about a inland SAR, inland search and rescue case, was quite different for us. So we kind of gathered the necessary information, talking to our operations officer. And you mentioned Scott Ruskin. There was also Seth Reeves was my flight mech. And then Blair Ogujiafor was my co-pilot. And we all kind of got together, formed a plan, and then took off from Corpus Christi and started heading there. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't great. So it took us 4 tries to eventually get into Camp Mystic.
Wow. So the weather already creating challenges. When you were initially dispatched, did you know that Camp Mystic was the destination?
We had heard that there was campers that were lost. To my understanding, I thought it was kind of 4th of July campers, maybe a couple families that had found some high ground and we were going to pick them up. But then it ended up being all the girls at Camp Mystic.
Can you describe the scene when you got there?
Yeah, when we got there, it was, and I think I really want to emphasize that we were a small piece of the puzzle. The other agencies involved were the National Guard, the Texas Department of Public Safety, and even civilian entities. So when we got there, there was other helicopters on scene, and we flew over Camp Mystic. We're all talking on the same frequency, so it's quite hectic. Seeing Blackhawks taking off, seeing DPS helicopters flying around. So, and then seeing about 200 girls at Camp Mystic. Yeah, the scene was quite hectic, to say the least.
You train for rescue missions, but I can't help but wonder, did any unexpected challenges emerge, things that really no amount of training could have prepared you for? Yeah, there's always unexpected things. And I think one of the things that was most unexpected was the emotional part of it. I'm a father of 2 daughters, both younger than 5 years old. And so seeing these girls, and they had maybe just lost their sisters, maybe they had lost their friends, watching some of them come into the helicopter. One of them, I look back at her, and she's got tears running down her eyes. And I look back at her, I gave her a thumbs up, I gave her a reassuring smile, and she gave me a thumbs up back and a very scared smile. But at that moment, I knew I was not just being a pilot, but I was also being a dad, and we were going to bring these girls to safety no matter what. You were providing.
Well, they failed a lot. And I don't mean that as a slight, just as a statement of fact.
source of comfort for them in those really scary, traumatic moments, those moments of unknown. How does it feel now to be called a hero? I'm sure that going into this mission.
Okay. I don't vibe with the kind of liberal bullshit where we're like, oh, you're such a hero. Our troops, in the middle of one of the worst failures in basic fucking public policy that I've ever seen. It's like we're spending trillions of dollars on our military and ICE, and we can't build horns to make sure that some of the most elite little girls don't get washed away in a flash flood. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's shameful. Stop trying to feel good about yourself. Feel the shame that you should feel for living in a society this corrupt.
I need to tell my community and those families who are waiting, this will be a rough week. Primary search continues, and we remain hopeful every foot, every mile, every bend of the river.
The mayor of Kerrville, Texas, speaking to his community yesterday in the wake of the devastating flash flooding that swept through the region. We're going to go through live to the hard-hit area as the death toll continues to rise and questions mount about the warning systems there. Plus, President Trump welcomes Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to the White House. We'll look at whether progress was made toward a ceasefire agreement in Gaza. And the Trump administration is facing backlash this morning after a DOJ and FBI investigation found convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein did not have a client list. We'll go through the right-wing anger toward the Attorney General on that. Good morning and welcome.
There's really nothing more to say than Donald Trump is implicated, and that's that. Like, there's really nothing more to say. Donald Trump is implicated, so they've decided to bury it. That's it.
Welcome to Morning Joe. It's Tuesday, July 8th with Joe, Willie, and me here. And we
here's I'm going to explain Jeffrey Epstein for you. He's a Mossad agent for Israel. He has blackmail on a ton of America's elites, including having sexual relations with underage girls, probably on video. Ghislaine's father was a known Mossad agent. She's probably a Mossad agent. Jeffrey Epstein is a Mossad agent. It's not complicated. Donald Trump is on there doing shit. A bunch of Democratic elites are also in there. Israeli prime ministers are probably in there. They know it. It's not complicated. And so conservatives have been convinced that it's not worth. They like Israel, so therefore they don't want to expose Israel's operations, and they know that Donald Trump is vulnerable, so they don't want to expose Trump and ruin the conservative movement, so they're burying it. That's what's happening. It's not complicated. I'm not claiming it's only Republicans. I'm saying a lot of Democratic Party elites are on board, which is why the centrists are so eager to go along with Trump's story, because a lot of their friends are in Epstein Island's lists as well. So they have to destroy it all. They have to deny everything because it's the only way to save Trump and save Israel. That's it.
This morning with the latest out of Central Texas.
Yeah, good morning, guys. The death toll, as you mentioned, Mika, from those devastating floods now has risen to more than 100 people across 6 counties. The majority of those killed in storm-ravaged Kerr County, where local officials say 28 children are among the dead. That county is where Camp Mystic is located, a beloved, nearly century-old summer camp for girls. Camp officials yesterday say they're grieving the loss of 27 campers and counselors following the catastrophic flooding on the Guadalupe River. 10 girls and 1 counselor from the camp still missing this morning. We're learning more as well about some of the victims of the deadly storm that swept through parts of the state. Blair and Brooke Harbor, just 11 and 13 years old, were vacationing with their family in Hunt, Texas, camping when pounding rain and floodwater ripped through the area. When rescuers recovered their bodies on Saturday, the sisters were found with their hands locked together. That's according to a relative. 4 days out now from those raging floods, rescue crews still not giving up on the search for survivors, continuing to comb through the region in their search. But more rain is expected in central Texas over the coming days. The National Weather Service extended some riverside flood watches and warnings through Thursday, telling residents to remain vigilant, Mika.
And as some officials in Texas continue to criticize the National Weather Service in the aftermath of the fatal floods, an investigation by NBC Dallas-Fort Worth found the agency first issued a warning 12 hours ahead of the surging waters. Troy Kimmel, an Austin-based meteorologist and emergency manager, told NBC he believes the Weather Service issued timely alerts with the best information available. The question remains, did those alerts reach the people who needed them the most? Hard-hit Kerr County does not have a weather siren system, in part because some local officials felt it was too expensive to install. The Weather Service says it added keywords to a late-night warning to automatically trigger wireless alerts on cell phones and weather radios in the area. But at Camp Mystic, where cell phones were not allowed, or in other rural areas of the county with limited service, many may not have received the alerts at all. Meanwhile, one Texas town had something its nearby neighbors did not have. Comfort, Texas recently updated its disaster alert system, installing a new siren in the volunteer fire department's headquarters and moving the old one to a low-lying area of town. Friday was the first time using the new two-tiered siren system. Officials say no one in Comfort died as a result of the floods, and perhaps, Willie, it was the sirens.
Yeah, it may have been, especially since we're talking about something that happened in the middle of the night when people are sleeping and maybe not hearing an alert or seeing one on their phone. Let's go to Texas, where we find NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray. He is in Kerrville this morning. Jay, what's the latest there?
Yeah, good morning, Willie, Mika, Joe. Let's start with that search, the rescue and the recovery. It is still going on around the clock here. Hundreds of first responders on the ground and in the air. We're several hours away from sunrise here, and we've already seen multiple choppers overhead using night vision. As you talk about, more than 100 have died as a result of the storms here. That number expected to grow. And officials for the first time acknowledging they're not really sure how many are missing at this point, saying, and I'm quoting here, it's a lot, dozens still missing as that search continues. I want to give you a look at some of the devastation left behind by these floodwaters. The family, an elderly couple and their daughter who were in this home, did manage to get out as the water rushed in, mud coating everything inside, and so they pulled what they can outside. And this is a scene replaying along the Guadalupe River right now. A lot of people trying to salvage anything they can from this wreckage, and really the pieces of so many lives scattered not only in the front and backyards of these homes, but for miles picked up by the water and pulled away. And this is a process that's going to continue for quite some time. They're, again, trying to find anything they can in this wreckage. And when you look at all of this, you get a picture of what's going on here. And it really is hard to rationalize when these families are telling you, with all that's been lost here, they're the lucky ones. But the perspective is real. They've seen what's been lost here, and they are struggling right now, grieving as they begin to make the turn towards some type of recovery that's going to be difficult. They're going to need some help, guys.
Jay, so many of these stories have touched the country, specifically the ones coming out of Camp Mystic, that beloved summer camp for girls down on the banks of the river. We know that the director of the camp, the longtime director of the camp, Dick Eastland, died trying to save some of these girls, was swept away as well. What more do we know coming out of the camp about numbers and who they may still be looking for?
Yeah, we know that at least 10 campers as well as a counselor are still missing, and so that's something that they are focused on here. And Willie, you make a great point. That camp's really an institution, not only here in the Hill Country, but across Texas. So many people have gone to that camp. It's 100 years old, and a lot of those who have been a part of the camp are returning. They're volunteering and trying to help and doing what they can, not only to help with the cleanup, with the recovery, and with the camp itself, but with so many who survive there, and trying to help them as they come to grips with what's happened and try to figure out how they're going to move forward.
You know, Jay, obviously, whenever hurricanes hit or any storms hit, there are always the questions that we're hearing now. I mean, sort of questions. What did the government do? How could they have done it better? I certainly heard it on the ground after Katrina, asking those questions about a Republican president, a Democratic governor, Democratic mayor. We heard it last year with Hurricane Helene and FEMA's response. I know you're on the ground day in, day out, talking to residents, talking to local officials, talking to healthcare workers. What are you hearing? What are the biggest questions right now that are arising in these first tragic days afterwards? What could government on all levels have done better?
Yeah, and Joe, I think you make some great points there.
Wait, is it looping? Did we loop? Did it loop? I was waiting for this to end so I could play my next clip. Wait, is there a setting for that? Autoplay is off. Cable volume. Where's the looping setting? I want that not on. No, it's not on. What the fuck? Did it just play the same thing twice? Like, was the video edited weird? All right, whatever. Fuck Boarding Joe. They're idiots anyway. Let's see something that's actually way more fucked up. I gotta pee anyway, so hold on. Look at a landlord talking about their tenant being killed.
Well, we're along the Guadalupe River right now, and you can see it's still rushing, not back within its original banks, but it is receding. That's the good news. This is an area where this water rose more than 20 feet in less than an hour. It reached all the way to the top of the hill and beyond, and getting into areas where it was just too much for residents to bear.
The force of that water was so insane. Nobody could get into it. That my resident, that was the one that called 911, he was trying to get to the family and all the way to water all the way to his waist and debris hitting him, and he was yelling, "Please throw me your baby," and they couldn't, and they got swept away.
Looking across the other side now, you can see these trees that were snapped. They're pushed over like a row of dominoes, just lining the entire river here. The damage is overwhelming. It stretches for miles. This is the kind of area that rescue and recovery teams are working through right now while keeping an eye on the sky, because the forecast calls for more rain today. The potential for flooding, not like we've seen so far, but still enough to cause problems in an area that already has all it can deal with. That's the latest right now from Kerrville, Texas. I'm Jay Gray, NBC News.
What can you even say about these people? What can you even say about these people? The camera tracked Mao. It knows. It knows. Did you see Queen Claudia doing amazing things again? Yeah, of course. Did you guys hear that so Mexican firefighters are trying to help, but did you hear that Austin firefighters were told to stand down? Did you guys hear about this? Hold on, let me show it to you while this is playing.
Now that the sun is up, the search and rescue operations are starting to pick up here just outside of Camp Mystic. We'll move out of the way, and you can see a pickup truck is there outside of one of those cabins. We've seen people coming in and out of that cabin that's closest to us. We know that housed some of the youngest campers. This is all part of rescue missions.
Austin, Texas fire union chief rips Austin, Texas firefighters union rips chief over refusal to deploy amid deadly floods. It brings the Austin firefighters no pleasure to report to the community that the Austin fire chief denied the deployment of Austin firefighters to Kerrville until very late into the event. So today, with the exception of only 3 AFD rescue swimmers who help staff helo teams, which were still not deployed until the afternoon of the 4th. The Austin firefighters special operations teams are specially trained for Hill Country's swift water rescue and are some of the best, if not the best, swift water boat teams in the state of Texas. It's absolutely outrageous that the Austin fire chief, Joel G. Baker, would not allow highly trained firefighters from Austin in response to Kerrville. Because of this egregious dereliction of duty, lives were very likely lost because of Chief Baker's decision. Deployment orders came down from the state of Texas on July 2nd. We would have been pre-deployed before the waters even began to rise. It is unforgivable that a fire chief would not allow his firefighters to answer the call to save lives. Why would Fire Chief Joel G. Baker do this, you may ask? It was a misguided attempt to save money. I say misguided because the fire department is fully reimbursed by the state to deploy. I explained the reimbursement process to Chief Baker last week, and he failed to understand this very simple concept. We are disgusted with our fire chief. He needs to be held accountable and fired for his disgraceful dereliction of duty. The Austin firefighters are starting a vote of no confidence on Tuesday on the fire chief. As disgusted as we are at our Austin Fire Department leadership, the Austin Firefighters Association made a decision to not air our dirty laundry while victims and bodies were still being recovered. But it's now July 7th, and it's time that we hold accountable our disgraced fire chief and anybody else in his leadership circle who are responsible for this horrendous act. The Austin firefighters commit to being transparent to the community about this process to remove our fire chief and hold all of those accountable who are part of this atrocity. The firefighters hope we have your support because it's going to get ugly. I cannot possibly express to you how outraged and sickened the firefighters are that we were not allowed to do the job that we have trained so hard and long to do during the historic floods that occurred in Kerrville. We could have made a difference, and we were forced to stand down, and lives were lost. Meanwhile, we're spending billions on ICE. Look at how fucking ridiculous this society is. The community deserves a fire chief who cares about the community as much as our firefighters, and that is simply not the case. Joel G. Baker must go. Please support your Austin firefighters by sharing this post. I'm gonna save money, and so people were killed. Absolutely fucking pathetic.
How do you find the words in a moment like this? So much loss in the heart of Central Texas, with a Riverside summer camp at the center of it. This trip to Camp Mystic in Kerr County was supposed to be the highlight of the summer.
Can you get a tweet mirror from Blue Sky like Hassan? Oh, God.
Ready to make new friends and spend a few days away from home. It was the 4th of July, a time for celebration and memory making. Some of the campers were just 8 years old. I wondered, had they ever been away from home before? Now heartbreak fills our community. I watched this past weekend as officers walked the banks of the Guadalupe River early in the morning. Their flashlights pointed up into the trees. The river had since receded to a gentle trickle, nothing like the force of destruction it became the day before. And I kept thinking, what if they find someone? His parents, grandparents, aunts and uncles, the grief is too much to process. These camps are meant to be places of joy, growth, and connection. Now they'll be forever tied to this tragedy. We briefly let ourselves imagine what it would feel like to lose our own children we love in something like this, and have to pull back. That grief is too much to bear. The help has arrived. Our community is stepping up, like it always does, when neighbors need a hand. Both professionals and volunteers are searching, feeding, supplying, and housing people who've lost just a bit or everything. Know that we grieve with you. We mourn with you. We are here for you, and will stand with you as long as it takes. In Austin, Tom Miller, KXAN News.
New YouGov polling today has 59% support for Medicare for all. What page? Page 14. I'm just pulling this up. We'll talk about it in a second. Chief Baker told KXAN he was made aware of on July 4th of the 3 requests for deployment, one for assistant chief who chose not to go, one for dispatcher who was denied, and one for rescue swimmers who were deployed. It's important that we be able to function and maintain a certain level of readiness in the city of Austin. Now, keep in mind again, I was not sure how much of the weather would impact my city, the city of Austin. I need to make sure that we have an adequate amount of resources within the city so I can respond for my mutual aid calls and my automatic aid calls around the city of Austin. Nix, meanwhile, told KXAN he is aware of some AF-8D personnel who were contacted by the state on July 2nd, but who those personnel turned down the request to deploy due to a previous standing order from leadership sent through email. KXAN reviewed the email, which was dated June 6th and sent from AFD Division Chief of Homeland Security and Special Operations. The email said the department was suspending deployments through October 1st. The city is facing a budget crisis, and there is currently like something of $800,000 in outstanding reimbursements owed to the AFD by the state of Texas. The city wants to make sure this money is reimbursed before the end of the fiscal year and does not want to be in a situation where additional money is expended on deployments and is not recouped before the end of the fiscal year. So in other words, the union was completely correct. The union was completely correct. They said the dumb fuck didn't let us deploy even though it was fully reimbursable. And he was like, no, that's not true. And then there's an email where he says this exact same thing. Regarding the email, Baker explained, I said, we have to do a better job in our reimbursement. So to change the behaviors of our members, I said, no more deployment until we start again reimbursing the entire amount. Is this guy, he keeps saying it's not the fault of the state. Is he like a Greg Abbott supporter? Is he a Republican? By the way, this is not a union leader. Umpteenth time, this is not a union leader. This is a fire chief, which is an appointed position by the leadership of the city or the state. It's not a union leader. The union leader is the one who's saying they should fire the chief. I'm sorry if that was confused. I'm sorry if you don't understand the difference between leadership within a department, like a firefighting department, and like the union leadership, which is outside of that. Baker said he believes the email caused confusion and acknowledged this was a learning experience for future communications between himself and other department leaders. So in other words, he's admitting they were right? Nix, however, said Baker's explanation seemed disingenuous and claimed it took external pressure for crews to finally be able to deploy. The notion that a department of our size can't send a few boat crews is ludicrous, Nix said, insisting the department had enough resources locally to send more to Kerrville as they have in other disasters. We made a promise to go, and we said no, Nix said. Nix is the union leader, chat. Nobody's perfect.
Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former labor secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the staff?
Yeah, sure. If
could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Yo, Trump is so guilty. Yo, he is so guilty. You know he's on the lists. And the reason why Democrats are not speaking up is because Clinton is on this list. Bill Clinton was one of Jeffrey Epstein's closest friends, alongside Chris Tucker, Bill Clinton, and Kevin Spacey. Now, do you guys know anything about Chris Tucker? Do you guys know anything about Kevin Spacey? Do you know anything about Bill Clinton? Those were all of Jeffrey Epstein's best friends. And you know who else was named as a good friend of Jeffrey Epstein? Donald Trump.
Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an...
By the way, Cat Williams used to talk about this all the time. Comedian Chris Tucker traveled to Epstein Island. Just talked about it January this year. Cat Williams suggested Chris Tucker. Actually, it's even worse than this. There was Epstein flew Bill Clinton, Chris Tucker, and I just said his name, Kevin Spacey, to Africa. Hold on, let me see if I can show you this. Kevin Spacey, Bill Clinton, Chris Tucker, Epstein trip to, I can't type, Africa. Kevin Spacey has since stated in an interview that he met Epstein after Clinton invited him on the humanitarian trip, and that he was with Clinton Foundation staff during the journey. He expressed discomfort regarding Epstein's presence, especially due to the presence of young girls on the flights.
Kevin Spacey, Piers Morgan, I think
By the way, these motherfuckers, oh my God, I just saw a clip. Chat, there was a recent clip of them talking about this where they said, oh, are you sure you want to talk about this? What if it causes the downfall of our country? Does anybody have that clip?
kind of, story was going all over the place. I don't know about you guys. I watched a show. What is that one show that he had on Netflix? What was that?
House of Cards?
House of Cards.
Amazing.
And it's the only one where we're on our way. You know the story. We're on our way to go to Tuscany, Italy. A guy named Carl D.
Someone please give me that clip, for the love of God.
Whom I've never met. We're Facebook buddies. And he claims he's a Republican, but he always gives a Democratic argument. We'd always go back and forth. He said, you got to watch House of Cards. And then my dad says, you got to watch House of Cards. And then eventually, I'm like, guys, I don't watch shows. I've never watched shows. We're about to go to Tuscany, Italy. We're taking 50 of our guys to Tuscany, Italy, which was the most epic trip ever for different reasons. Those who were there know what I'm talking about. Tom, you were there. I won't even get into it.
No comment.
That night, I come home, 10 o'clock. I sit there and I watch 12 episodes of season 1 House of Cards on no.
Who watches this fucking shit? This fucking blows. Can someone please give me the link? I don't want to fill any more air with this nonsense. It's bullshit. For the love of God, please.
Here's Kevin Spacey on Piers Morgan. Rob, which clip is this? Is this the one about Clinton's, or is this the one about him having no money?
Bankruptcy and losing his Baltimore home.
I want you to watch this, and I want you to tell me, do you think this is acting, or do you think this is real? Go ahead, Rob. Vinny.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Let's watch this first. I don't care about
Well, it's funny you asked that question.
It's fine. That source is fine. I don't give a shit.
Because this week, where I have been living in Baltimore, is being foreclosed on. My house is being sold at auction.
Really?
So I have to go back to Baltimore and put all my things in storage.
Really?
So the answer to that question is, I'm not quite sure where I'm going to live now, but I've been in Baltimore for since we started shooting House of Cards there.
So how long is that?
I moved there in 2012.
So this has been your home for 12 years?
Well, not this particular place, but this place has been my home and Evan and Lucy's home since 2016.
Why is it being foreclosed?
Because I can't pay the bills that I owe.
Watch this.
Are you facing bankruptcy?
Been a couple of times when I thought I was going to file, but we've managed to sort of dodge it, at least as of today.
How much money do you have?
None.
Really?
Well, I mean, you have some sense of legal bills.
He's a fucking actor.
I still owe a lot of legal bills that I have not been able to pay.
You're actually in debt?
Yes.
Do you mind me asking how much you owe?
In the millions.
It's considerable.
Millions?
Many millions, yes. The house itself is many millions.
What are you going to do?
Get back on the horse.
You can pause it right there.
Get back on the horse.
Okay, so let me ask you, Tom, do you believe him, or is that an act?
Okay, hold on. God, this is so fucking. This is such trash. God, this is so fucking annoying. God, they're so fucking annoying, dude.
I had flown to this guy Jeffrey Epstein's island, and I had abused young girls. And I was like, I mean, if you'd asked me in 2015, maybe even if you'd asked me in 2002, did I know a guy named Jeffrey Epstein? I probably would have said no. Well, of course, I have since learned who he is. And I have since been able to go back and find out that the airplane that we flew on for this humanitarian mission was owned by Jeffrey Epstein. And to then learn, he was actually on some of those flights. And this Maxwell woman was on some of those flights. I didn't know him. I've never spent any time with him.
But now he's saying he was uncomfortable. So these guys have been, talking about these stories for a long time, and now suddenly Donald Trump doesn't want to release anything, and here's their reaction.
On pedophilia and blackmailing the most powerful people.
What do you mean we are built? Define that. Do you mean our entire country? Our entire government? Our entire FBI, CIA?
I'm saying this.
Or this is one little operation that they don't want to expose?
Whoever he was working for, Epstein, Mossad, CIA, everything. Apparently, the most powerful people on the world were flying to an island and having sex with underage kids because she said it. There's tens of thousands of hours of them doing it. If we're built on that and the most powerful people that are running the show are in charge, the guys telling Cash Patel, the thing that you just read, shut up. Shut up about it. Hold on, you know who I am. He knows who I am. I want accountability for everybody. If it's Trump, if it's Bill Gates, if it's Bill Clinton, I don't give a shit if it's the president of anything. Expose them, because Adam, the truth has to come out.
Okay, so I only
ask me that question in a bit. As Desley, you're distracting from a point I'm making.
I have one question for you,
yes,
my dear friend. I agree with you, but at what price?
Take a deep breath.
Okay. But hear me out. At what price?
At any price, Adam.
So you're saying to expose whatever happened on Epstein Island, you're willing to do whatever this looks like.
Yes.
Tear down the government, expose all the secrets, put America basically in harm's way just to find out what's Epstein.
What do you mean, Adam?
Because these are the
harm's harm's way. Suddenly America will be in harm's way if only we know how much rapists, pedophiles are exposed. Really? America's built on protecting rapist pedophiles. Now, here's the thing, chat. If you know anything about the CIA, you know they love pedophiles. They love pedophiles. They love them. Why? Because if somebody's a pedophile, well, they have unbelievable blackmail on them. They could have them basically killed or severely criminally punished instantly. So if somebody's a pedophile, that person, and they have them on tape doing sex acts with children, they have them completely over a barrel. They'll do whatever the intelligence officer orders them to do. That's why they love pedophiles in the CIA.
Most powerful people in the world are apparently on this island.
Adam, so let the truth be told or the heavens fall. I don't care.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
Adam. And that's who Vincent Oshana is. I am 100% accountability, and I don't give you... Adam, if that's what we were built on...
But at what price?
I don't give a shit.
Tearing
There is
down
no
America?
price. Guess what the price is, Adam? God.
So
God's the price.
You're going to
answer them anyway.
You want to rule a city of ashes.
I don't give a shit if it's built on pedophilia and raping kids. Yes, because
you're being emotional.
No, I'm not. I'm being real.
You have to understand.
I'm being real.
The whole concept of, do you want to cut your nose off to spite your face? There might be an issue. But do you want to cut your whole nose off and ruin your entire face?
Your nose is pedophiles? Your nose is pedophile. What he really means is Donald Trump is one of those pedophile rapists. Donald Trump is one of those pedophile rapists. And if he's exposed with the rest of them, then the Republican Party will be discredited. And to him, the Republican Party being in power to cut taxes for the rich and destroy this world is worth protecting pedophiles.
Because you care that much about this entire
issue. If
issue.
the machine is running right now because pedophiles are running the show and they're telling him, shut the hell up because we're all pedophiles, knock it down. And my last thing, Pat, what bothered me about what he said is we're not going to re-victimize the girls and the victims. We're not going to do it.
Cash?
Yes, yeah, Cash. Guess what? Nobody wants to see any girl. I don't want to see any kids, male, boy, underage. Blur them out. But who's the guy that's touching them? Who's the guy that's molesting them and raping them? This is a horrible argument. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Suddenly, when the facts are starting to firm up that it's Donald Trump's on that list, now suddenly there's no list. Now suddenly, why are you talking about this? Who cares?
I don't.
Vinny is completely right. And in case you understand, if you want to understand why they have so many pedophiles in the CIA, because there's 4 ways foreign intelligence operations compromise someone. They are called money, ideology, compromise, or ego. That's an acronym of MICE. That's how you get spies. Money is straightforward. You bribe someone. You bribe someone to sell you secrets or act on your behalf. Ideology is you convince someone to support your ideology. Now, nobody's like, man, I believe in capitalism and I want the rich to rule over everybody. I'm going to betray my people. Like nobody falls for ideology for capitalism. Okay. Like there's no like one person going, I just believe in capitalism. I'm betraying my nation. Like that's not a thing. So the CIA really sucks on that. Now, for example, China, they do very well on that. They convince people, hey, we're fighting for an international cause to abolish capitalism. And so people believe in that cause, so they'll betray their country's secrets in order to advance the socialist cause. So socialist spy agencies do much better than capitalist spy agencies because nobody's betraying shit so the rich can be richer. Like, what the fuck? Ego is basically when somebody feels slighted. You know, they're a narcissist. Their brilliance hasn't been exposed to the world, and they're mad and they're bitter and they want to get back at their nation or their organization. And then the most important one, and this is where the CIA focuses on, which is compromise. Compromise just is a catch-all term for extortion, coercion, and blackmail. And so the CIA loves pedophiles. In fact, this is why we lose so much, because the CIA is so eager to ally with pedophiles that those allies become despised by the nations we're working with. It was a huge problem in Afghanistan. And I've talked about this before, but in Afghanistan, the U.S. had senior officials in the Afghan government who were notorious pedophiles. And these aren't just like people raping kids. They were kidnapping boys off the street to rape. Like, this is, people would run to the Taliban to get justice. And this is not like, hold on, let me just show you this. This was a major story in the New York Times. Afghan pedophiles get free pass from U.S. military, report says. A former special forces officer, Captain Dan Quinn, was relieved of his command and pulled from Afghanistan after fighting with an Afghan militia commander for keeping a boy as a sex slave. Not only do we support pedophiles, we destroy the careers of any American troops who protest. This is not just like an isolated incident. There are many people who had their careers destroyed because they stood up or were assassinated, by the way. The suspicious death of Lance Corporal Gregory Bucky Jr., a United States Marine who was killed at a checkpoint where he was stationed with a notorious commander who had a retinue of Bakabazi boys. These are basically child sex slaves. The Defense Department was investigating 75 instances of gross human rights violations, 7 involving child sexual assault, which Defense Department officials acknowledged was a small portion of the total. And this isn't just like individual Afghan commanders or anything. These are some of the most senior people in the Afghan government. The practice is so widespread that at least one of the 2014 Afghan presidential candidates was a one-time CIA-backed warlord, Gul Agha Shirazi, who was widely accused of being a pedophile who keeps Bakabazi boys, and is now a minister of border and tribal affairs in Mr. Ghani's government. Now, this government fell to the Taliban. Why? Because the Taliban was considered to be the good guys by the Afghan people because they would help people rescue their sons from rape, and the U.S. military would fight to protect the rapists. A former special forces officer, Captain Dan Quinn, who beat up an Afghan commander for keeping a boy chained to his bed as a sex slave, said at the time that he had been relieved of his command as a result. We are putting people into power who would do things that were worse than the Taliban did, said Captain Quinn, who has left the military. Sergeant First Class Charles Martland, a highly decorated Green Beret, was forced out of the military after beating up an Afghan local police commander who was a child rapist. Sergeant Martland became incensed after the Afghan commander abducted the boy, raped him, and then beat up the boy's mother when she tried to rescue him. So you have some of the American government's most decorated special forces operators trying to help a woman rescue her raped son, and they fired him from the military for it. This is the CIA. This is America. This is why we lose these wars. This is why we're hated. And that's why right now Donald Trump doesn't want you talking about Jeffrey Epstein, because our CIA and Mossad are absolutely packed full of pedophiles. They're absolutely packed. Those are our allies. Corrupt pedophiles. This is why we are hated. This is why we lose wars constantly, because the regular human beings see these tyrannies and they dedicate their lives to destroying them. You want to know why people chant death to America? It's because this is what the CIA is doing in our name. And I don't think that's okay. And if you think it's okay, you deserve to be in The Hague. He was reinstated because there was a congressional investigation. DOD is continuing to provide assistance to units for which the department has credible information of a gross violation of human rights, undermines efforts by U.S. government officials to engage with the Afghan government on the importance of respect for human rights and rule of law, the report said. Obama administration, Trump administration, by the way. It's both parties. It's why we talk about the national security blob. Fucking disgusting, dude. Fucking disgusting.
Let's just assume, purely for the sake of argument, let's just indulge the notion that all these people are suddenly now telling the truth. They really did look in every storage closet. They really did look in behind brooms and maintenance buckets for boxes. And they looked people's computers. They checked all the files. They just searched high and low for the client list. They just didn't find any such thing. There is no such thing. They found the proof that he killed himself. They realized there was no incriminating blackmail. Bill Gates was never at the island having sex with underage girls like they constantly implied, or Bill Clinton. That Biden officials were not, in fact, corruptly hiding incriminating evidence as they claimed for years, because now they themselves are saying there's no such incriminating evidence to show you. If you really want to believe that they're telling the truth, again, just purely for the sake of argument, don't you think they should be apologizing to the people that they've been smearing over the last many years, either as people who they claim are having sex with underage children at Jeffrey Epstein Island, like Bill Gates, and the Biden officials whom they claimed were corruptly concealing the client list and all this other information to protect their powerful friends at Davos and in globalists? I mean, don't they owe an apology for all these people they've been falsely and wrongly?
I kind of want to watch the MR chat.
Accusing for all these years. Now they're saying the same thing as those people they've been accusing. Don't they have the obligation to say, look, we're sorry for these people whose reputations we did everything we could to destroy and malign, basically accusing them
Let's finish this.
Protecting the biggest pedophile ring in human history. We're sorry. Everything we said about it was wrong. And now that we're in power, we see that. Like, don't you think they should be doing that? Here is the aforementioned Fox News interview. This is from May with Dan Bongino and Kash Patel about how just don't trust them. Jeffrey Epstein killed himself.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to get, I've seen the whole file.
Okay. Now, and by the way, if he really did kill himself, and there was nobody involved, that in itself is a scandal. Shouldn't the FBI director?
Yeah, he's the most notorious federal prisoner in the entire system, and he's able to just hang himself and be dead for hours. He's supposed to be on suicide watch. He was just assaulted by another inmate. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Be demanding major reforms in our federal prison system to make sure that people like Jeffrey Epstein can't commit suicide when no one's watching. Oops, we just weren't watching. He hung himself with some sheet that happened to be, or some linen that happened to be in the, it was like a beam perfectly placed.
All right, let's check out chat. This is a crossover that I've been waiting for. Asadabi on the Majority Report. We have to enjoy this. These are honestly my favorite, the only other content creators that stream that I consistently watch. Well, no, that's not true. I think I watch other people. That's not true. These are my besties. These were my first, right? This was my first. Don't be weird, chat. Don't ship. That's fucking weird, man. Don't do that. All right, let's get this show on the road. Be normal.
Okay. Wait, now I can't see. Feel a little bit closer, but
hold on. Okay. Oh, you want me to get like all the way in here?
Yes,
but
I'm gonna move. Wrong way. There you go. Right there. That's fine.
Oh my God, you guys have such. This is crazy. This is crazy production.
What do you mean?
This is crazy production. I can't believe like you got
how great it looks. Why do we have that line in between there? This way? Yeah. Oh my God. There we go. Wow. All right.
Here.
There we are.
Boom. I don't want to hide the Majority Report logo, but
wow. Look who's here. It's going to be a little difficult. Look at that.
I don't need the headphones until unless we watch like a video, right?
Exactly. He's got Instagram voice going. He still has he's doing Instagram voice. Oh, I just, I don't want to cover the majority. I should do Instagram voice for the rest of this as well. What do you guys say? Hey, this is Mike from PA. We're doing ourselves some Instagram voice. Yeah, let's get this show on the road.
Exactly.
Okay, I don't normally.
Do you have ear pods or anything like that, or no?
I just only have like the Apple, the big AirPods, so it's fine.
This is the first time I've ever seen you in person. You have very large arms.
Oh, that's oh my God, that's crazy. I didn't even.
What a coincidence!
I didn't even think about that.
No, I didn't.
I didn't get the same compliment when I walked in my tank top today, but it's
Yeah,
fine.
you got real tan.
I was expecting you to have the same reaction. Well, so much for the arm wrestling contest that we had planned for the fun half. I think we'll probably put that on.
His
pause.
arms aren't even in the shot. What are you doing, Majority Report? Make him bigger. What are you doing? His arms aren't even in the shot.
That water, incidentally, is for you.
Oh,
and
thank you.
That mug is for you.
Oh, wow. 20 years of pausing it.
Yeah, there you go.
Majority Report Radio. What an incredible get. Is this available on the shop?
It is, but
Okay.
that one is for you. But we also do have some other merch that we're going to have you model in the fun half.
Oh, absolutely.
You don't want to do it now?
No, yeah, I guess we could do it now, and then we'll
They're
we'll go to
milking
fun
the
half.
shit out of them.
Fix your camera. Why are you in New York?
I'm doing an interview with Mahmoud Khalil. I'm doing something with Hassan Minhaj. And most importantly, I was like, I have to come on the Majority Report. I was ducking you guys
We have
for too long.
We have new trucker hats in the merch store.
And we'll sell a lot more if you actually put this on.
Hey, of course. Let me grab it. Let me wear
It's a
that.
special one that we thought might be good for you.
Max left. Oh my God. Are you actually? Is this one of the hats for real?
It is one of the
I love that.
Yeah.
Max left.
There you go.
This is
ladies
my
and
idea.
Yeah, I
Here
like
to
it.
model it.
Yeah, exactly.
This is gonna piss people off, I think.
I think it might. All right. Well, listen, we got to take a break and head into the
This is
fun half
such
of
a
the
good
program. We
idea.
can join us
Fuck.
with our special guest today in studio. Just a reminder, if you want to support the program, join themajorityreport.com. When you do, you not only get the free show for your commercials, you get the fun half as well, and you can IM us. And also justcoffee.coop, fair trade coffee, hot chocolate. Use the coupon code majority, get 10% off. And I don't think it's
We're skipping the transition period break.
Sent to a gulag.
Outrageous.
And we are back.
right.
Sam
Okay.
Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the majority.
That's the reason I like to be a little bit late when watching other people's shit, just so you know. You don't want to steal it the second it comes out. You gotta wait at least 3 minutes. Am I right? No, I wasted 15, so we're good.
The special guest, Hassan Piker, is in the studio, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
And we're just,
We're in close
it's been a while
quarters.
since we've had. It's been a while since we had. I think honestly, the last in studio guest we had was Matt Duss.
And he's also massive.
He's also so we're used to this.
This is a cool setup. This is cool.
Describe the office for the audience, please. What's your impression immediately?
Very professional. That's what I thought. I thought, like, am I in the MSNBC studios? Like, what's happening here?
I mean, it's vast, right? That's the
Yeah.
Soros wing that
Yeah.
obviously has the
Is-
hot tub.
It's clear that the Qatar funding has kicked in.
It is kicked in,
Yeah.
and wait till Annabelle, our intern, takes you down to the commissary.
Wow.
On the second floor, and you will enjoy. We have a blueberry crumble that's going on right now because it's blueberry season.
Oh wow!
Sam, you may want to fix your camera. Just a heads up.
Oh, there we go. All right.
We can see the top of the panel.
I love that you
gonna be a
guys
little
have
bit
the.
messy. It's going to be a little bit messy.
You have the electric.
Appreciate
like,
you coming in today,
What?
particularly this morning, because last night
The control.
I got the text from you at let's see,
Oh yeah, it was late.
it was 3:11
Yeah, I was
a.m.
hanging out with my buddies.
You're gonna be.
By the way, chat, this is Hassan. He'll be like, yeah, you can come on the show. How's like 1 hour? What's 5 minutes sound like? Or he'll be like, all right, he'll respond to you at 1,000 a.m. It's like right when you hit the deepest part of your deep sleep, where if you get woken up, it'll fuck you up for 25 minutes. You know what I'm talking about, chat? That's when he hits you with the ping.
I didn't know if you were gonna actually make it in.
No. I mean, that's not a problem for me. I woke up at 10, very reasonable, which is like 7 a.m. for my time anyway. So I'm still basically on LA time. I mean, I did just come in yesterday, But yeah, I was hanging out with a bunch of friends of mine. Shouts out to Noah Colwin, Blowback Podcast.
Hassan texts like it costs money for every letter you send. That's literally true. He would say mourn. You're not getting an ing out of him.
The man.
Or GM, exactly.
Neil John Stewart, Adam
No,
Friedland.
he would just say M.
Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House and
Is
numerous other
Felix
people.
still in town?
He lives here now.
Oh,
he came back. He came back to live
They
here.
used to, their office used to be in this building.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yes, back in the day.
This is a legendary building.
It was, they were here briefly, just before COVID, I think.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I did not. I thought this was gonna be like a walk up situation because like I've been to podcasts and stuff in the past and like near the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in downtown Brooklyn.
Oh, right.
And
I know what you're talking about.
And usually they're like almost like in a warehouse style
Yes.
area, and there's like a 1-story walk up style situation. This was like a lot more. It was confusing when I first walked in. I was like, "Am I at the right place?"
Yes, I mean part of that is OPSEC, but also we were here. We've been here now for 11 years, and so
Oh, wow.
things were a little bit different in this neighborhood at that time.
Yeah.
There was half the building that's going on. But
Yeah, they're gonna clean up once Zohran Mamdani becomes mayor. They're gonna clean up the Gowanus.
Would you believe me if I said that of organizers, a legal team, and him, he was the easiest and quickest to communicate with? No, I wouldn't believe you. I would not believe you. I would not.
Canal like they did in France.
People are going to be
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Did you see that? That made me so jealous. And I just got back from Europe, where I know you've been in Europe recently. It's a little bit of a depressing feeling to come back into the United States.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, great. Care if I get sick, I'm totally screwed, for example. And yeah, that kind of thing.
At least, well, you just can't take a L. You just can't get sick. That's just how it is.
You're right.
Yeah.
And that's why I have all of the colloidal silver that I've been drinking.
That's good. And the methylene blue. That's what I've been on.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I can tell on your skin tone.
Yeah, I'm getting a blue hue. But what was I gonna say? This is crazy to see, like the inside of the operation, because I watch you guys all the time.
It's I can't imagine. I mean, it's a little bit messier. There was a time where it was a little bit more, a little bit less frenetic, slightly.
Like 2012.
Yeah, 2014, I
Yeah.
think, or right when we had actually set this up, right before COVID. I was ready to take the next step, but we were going to be able to. That was all going to be background there. You can see I already put that thing together.
Yeah.
And,
you're still going with the panel. That's not changing.
the panel's
no matter
not changing.
What.
I listen. I had to spend a lot of time.
Hey, what's he gonna do? Give up the panels to David Pakman? I think not. Honestly, I remember the paneling because I made a meme about this in 2019. That's how long the panels have been there. I made a meme about getting my own panels in 2019. People were mad at me because I raised money for panels, and then I ended up getting something else for the studio. People, they called that Panelgate. That was my first scandal as a streamer.
Sticking tape on the back of these IKEA things.
Mhm.
And so,
But it's very lucky that Hassan is here on the day that the toilet's working, because that's not always the case.
sometimes we have water gets shut off quite a bit in this building.
Oh.
All right,
That's
so
Not as glamorous as it appears.
last time the near miss, you were going to come in for the Mamdani victory party.
Yeah.
And you were confident about that.
I was not confident about it. I will admit that I was. I didn't think that the margin of success would be so vast in the first round.
Right.
Like in the
Me
but
neither.
I didn't even think that it was like a definite given 100% victory. Like I knew that the campaign was vast. You know, tremendous amount of groundwork. Policies are good, but I've seen it fail too many times due to media intervention, due to people just not having confidence, not having enough name recognition for a progressive candidate. That I still was like, I'm not going to allow myself to feel incredibly sad, just as I did after Super Tuesday.
Right.
When,
Right.
We have to protect ourselves, but
Yeah.
I didn't think that it was. I think everybody thought that the path to victory was going to be through multiple rounds, and the fact that
in this as well.
I mean, there's these assumptions about Jewish voters that I think a lot of people in the national press. I said the hospital has closed.
Fuck, what were they saying? They do this thing where they have a fun half and
Compilation of their attempts, and it is really incredible.
Fuck, what were they saying? Fuck, what were they in the middle of? What were they in the middle of? Their video ended. I had to find the second video.
Incredible. The feeling of enthusiasm that is in New York. Like,
okay, backing up.
This is, I mean, this is crazy.
Tape on the back of the
decisive.
Yeah.
It just
percent. I didn't think that the margin of success would be so vast in the first.
I did. I said he was okay. I said he's gonna win, and I said how, and I even said in the polls that show here. Let me show you what I said. Fuck, man, I did.
It was Clinton. Clinton.
Zohran is going to win, and he's going to win on the backs of Gen Z and millennials. Early voting has included in New York City, and we see a clear pattern. If you look at the data that's actually coming out of New York from the early vote, the under 45-year-old vote share is 46.5% of the total early votes. And much of the polling that is predicted a neck-and-neck race, a 50-50 race between Cuomo and Zohran, they have projected a 30% under 45 final poll. That shows you that right now, because Gen Z and millennials are coming into their own politically and finally seizing their power, we have a real chance to change politics in this country and in the Democratic Party, where we won't have to be doing lesser of two evils, but rather candidates who support the causes that we believe in and we actually believe want to achieve change. Zohran is going,
and it's so easy. It was I also said it was 56%, didn't I? Didn't I say he was going to win with 56%? I think I said he was going to have 56%. Then Editor Mentum stole your out. Yeah, Editor Mentum said that he didn't think he was going to do well, actually. But I said, I think he's doing really well. Editor Mentum was like, I doubt he can win. It's very funny. Now Editor Mentum is like, I predicted it. And it's like, it's a clip that I tweeted? Okay, hold on. I don't want to look at my tweets. Somebody find it for me. Anyway, I predicted it.
Round. Like in the,
Me
but
neither.
I didn't even think that it was like a definite given 100% victory. Like I knew that the campaign was vast, you know, tremendous amount of groundwork, policies are good, but I've seen it fail too many times due to, you know, media intervention, due to people just not having confidence, not having enough name recognition for a progressive candidate, that I still was like, I'm not going to allow myself to feel incredibly sad, just as I did after Super.
Oh, God. Okay, chat, I'm going to say my most spicy take. You got to toughen up. You got to toughen up. Yes, you might feel bad, but by avoiding pain, you're not giving full effort. Can you imagine going into the gym and being like, well, I don't want to feel sore. How strong do you think you're going to be? I don't ever want to fail a rep. How fast do you think it's going to be? If you want to grow, you have to hope and you have to take risks. And that involves emotional risks. Stop being like, well, I didn't want to hope because you think it's good now. Wait till tomorrow when he gets 56% of the vote. Chat, Mike was wrong. The last absentee ballots are being counted and Zohran is actually at 56.2%. He was at 56% flat. But absentee, with a new batch of absentee ballots, I was off by 0.2%. I'll never be able to make another prediction again. I was off by 2.2%. Wait, you can round down? Oh, okay, then I was right again.
Super Tuesday,
Right.
when, you know.
Right.
We have to protect ourselves, but
Yeah.
I didn't think that it was. I think everybody thought that the path to victory was going to be through multiple rounds, and the fact that like I woke up, but it happened at night, on election night, that it was basically decisive.
Yeah.
It just speaks to the the ground operation that he built out, which like 50,000 volunteers and the matching campaign finance system here in New York, which I feel like LA could really benefit from. That maybe is something that.
And ranked choice voting too.
Yes.
It's too much democracy.
There's a reason why they don't do it. This is something that I need to make a TikTok about this. But the reason why the Democratic Party is paid to lose is because we had a bill called H.R. 1 in Congress in 2021 when Joe Biden had a trifecta. In H.R. 1, the For the People Act, it had all sorts of reforms. It banned partisan gerrymandering. And it also had government funding match if your campaign is built off small dollar donors. Very similar to the program that they have in New York City. And there was all sorts of electoral reforms to make sure that voting was well funded, the machines were safe and secure, that political gerrymandering would be banned by both the Democrats and Republicans so that we would have fair districts across the country. It did all sorts of fixes to improve campaign finance, to improve the way that our elections operate, and the Democrats didn't pass it. There's a reason why Democrats don't like this kind of thing. Democrats don't like this type of thing because it would lead to the party going to the left. And the donors of the political party donate to politicians on the right flank of the Democratic Party. So the right flank of the Democratic Party, where the Democratic voters are, is way to the left of where the leadership of the Democratic Party is, and where the voters of the country as a whole are. And the reason why they do this is because they are beholden to that donor class.
Though we don't like that.
And then the AOC endorsement was perfectly timed.
Yeah.
I think she should have done it earlier. You know, as I said before, she should have done it earlier. I think she handled it poorly, but you know what? It worked. He won. So it's hard for me to get too mad about it. I think the main thing that I'm frustrated with is not to criticize AOC for how much she helped Zohran, but actually to criticize AOC for how she handled herself. She allowed her reputation to be attacked by bad faith actors because she didn't telegraph it enough. She should have been telegraphing it and building the hype instead of being so silent. And so a lot of people were able to use her quietness as an indication that she was selling out or it was a fraud or something, which ruined her own reputation. She should have telegraphed it more and made it more hype. And I think that is her mistake. I think she needs to operate more like somebody who is valuable in and of themselves. The AOC has always been a liberal. I think a lot of people don't like the reality of politics, and they don't really know how to use politics to get an outcome. It's like AOC is we have barely any penetration of our ideas in the national conversation. AOC is one of those people. If you think AOC is not far left enough, what you need to do is elect more better AOCs. Yelling that she's a fraud doesn't get you better politicians into office. Winning more elections gets you better politicians. You got to drag. I think that she is, quite frankly, she's a moderate millennial. She's a moderate for where the millennial generation is. I want more left-wing people to win. So go out there and win.
The ranked choice voting, it seems to me, can cut both ways. But when people figured out, I mean, like, and I think this is sort of the underreported story about how AOC's people were like, we're not endorsing until you guys figure out how to make sure you don't split the vote. And, you know, lots been talked about how Brad Lander basically sucked it up. And I think it was hard for him to do. But I think he's been paid.
Okay, Brad Lander just wants to be a politician. He was never going to win. So the choice was alienate the left like Elizabeth Warren and end his career, or play nice with Zohran. Zohran has to actually go on to win, and he gets to stand back and absorb all this positive left-wing energy for his next political project. It was a no fucking brainer.
Dividends, huge dividends. The amount of goodwill towards him right now, he could basically do what he wants politically.
If AOC runs for president and doesn't run for Chuck Schumer's Senate seat, Brad Lander could be the person that takes Chuck Schumer's Senate seat.
It's not inconceivable, and and I think like that gives a proof of concept for other places to do this. I mean, the ranked choice voting bit us in the ass, I think, back in 2020. won whenever it was the Adams race.
Yeah.
And now we see the difference. But here is Mamdani. I want to play this clip. They tried to shoot one of his classic sort of on the street videos.
Oh yeah.
To promote. We don't know what the ad was going to be, but they ended up basically putting together a compilation of their attempts, and it is really incredible the feeling of enthusiasm that is in New York. Like on that day after the election, when I walked to work, I got stopped by 3 people who were just excited to talk about Mamdani.
All right, that's slower than a tourist walks to Midtown. Okay, you want a photo, brother? Yeah. Yeah, let's take this. Yes, that's me, yes. Yeah, we can take one.
I voted somebody that won.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We're on our way. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. How's it going, guys? Thank you.
They think Eric Adams is going to win. They think Eric Adams is going to win by saying, he said he was from Africa, guy from Africa. They think Eric Adams, the surrenderer to Trump, is going with a 17% approval rating, is going to win.
Catch up to me over here. How you doing, brother? Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, my man. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. Hi. Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Ready? Okay. I think she's coming. Thank you.
I voted for you. You voted for me.
He's too famous. He can't do his social media anymore. Speaking of being too famous to do social media, chat, could you guys please support the stream by subscribing at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub? If you have Amazon Prime, you could attach that to your Twitch account. You get 1 free sub a month. My sub counter is broken. I don't know why. My sub counter is broken. So if you could please subscribe right now, that would really be great. Zohran's wife is going to have to beat off all the people who won him. I mean, yeah, that's actually unironically true. Bannon is in the Epstein files. Oh my lord. That's what Elon Musk just said. Sorry. So if you enjoy this content, please consider supporting it by subscribing at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. If you have a golden Kappa hype train, ladies and gentlemen, if you resub, Twitch Prime sub, gift at least 200 bits, or use your Prime right now, you will unlock site-wide the unbelievably exclusive and well-desired golden Kappa emote. Everybody will see for an unbelievably generous, I would call it excruciatingly long 24 hours. You will be able to flex the golden Kappa across the entire website. And when people say, where the hell did you get that golden Kappa? You'll be able to say, on the Central Committee stream. And they'll be like, what's the Central Committee stream? And you'll be like, the most accurate political prognosticator in all the internet. He nailed the 2024 election. He nailed the New York City mayoral election. He is the man with a plan. Hybrid Marxist himself, Mike from Pennsylvania, slayer of Ethan Klein, slayer of Destiny, slayer of every type of roach that comes in his direction, the man with the plan, Mike from PA. And if you want to make Ethan Klein mauled, there is no better opportunity than right now. The Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. I want to show you the level of hater
Mike
behavior.
from PA, to me, is a full-on grifter. One day, I'm going to do a video on this guy. He is the most pathetic dipshit on all of Twitch. And just to show you how easy this grift is, this guy is like relatively successful. And he is like not talented. He is vile. And he is cringe as fuck. What's his average view count?
Probably like a couple K.
Couple K.
Does
Can
he
you look
really
it up?
get a couple K?
Nice. And somehow he still succeeded. You know? He has 7,000 members or something. Every time I see that number, I'm like,
7,000? Try 12,000, bitch!
whoa. I'm happy to say that his sub count is getting lower.
So right now, chat, Gila Klein and Ethan Klein are literally raging as their most recent podcast had a pitiful 300,000 views. If you want an idea of how pathetic that number is, I want to give you an example. Let's go over to Hasanabi. Let's look at his VODs. If you go to his video VODs,
highlighting some of the most reactionary elements within the base of
695,000 yesterday on his VOD, 1.6 million, 1.4 million, 1.1 million, 1.8 million. His bitch is falling off. So if you want to piss off Ethan Klein, this is the place. This is the time. Subscribe at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. If you subscribe right now, you'll get that gold kappa. You're pissing off Ethan Klein. That's only VODs, not counting YouTube. Yeah, I mean, Hassan is literally much bigger of a creator than Ethan Klein at this point, and it's not even close.
My daughter, she said,
all right, we're back.
Thank you.
Give me one fish for my daughter. My daughter.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
He can't even take a picture without having to take another picture.
Let's go.
And he helps her
Here,
out.
I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you.
Okay.
I got you.
Camera.
It is so sweet. Shout out to Donald, who had worked with before, who is the director for Zohran's video team. And I just feel like it's good. You're seeing already Democrats copy this style across the country. Even in this race, they were copying the style on social media.
It's impressive. Yeah. I mean, he's the level of fun associated with the campaign contrasts so desperately, it's so distinctly from the other candidates in the race.
Cuomo was like, yeah, it was built on darkness and like these, like the anti-Semitism stuff. It was,
defending the nation state of Israel, the most moral country on the planet. Who, I don't know why people don't talk about this enough. Andrew Cuomo is a part of the ICC legal team for Benjamin Netanyahu, which I always thought was so fascinating, so strange that like the media didn't even hyper focus on that one bit.
They barely mentioned it.
Yeah, that is like way more of a prominent fixture of what Andrew Cuomo is than the associations that the media was trying to desperately make with Zohran and his campaign about Israel. Like he never made Israel the centerpiece of his campaign. He was just hyper focusing on the policies the entire time. He asked people what they needed, what their necessities were, how to improve their lives, and he dialed in on a couple immediate, tangible solutions, and he was able to communicate that earnestly. And then people just kept repeating, like, "Well, you don't really love Israel enough." But it wasn't him who made it a centerpiece of his campaign, and I think that played a big role in this as well.
I mean, there's these assumptions about Jewish voters that I think a lot of people in the national press. I said this point on Chris Hayes the other night about the Netanyahu volunteering his services after Israel had already clearly been committing genocide.
The world's only 24-karat Kappa train. The world's only golden Kappa hype train. The world's only 24-karat Kappa. Gift to sub, resub, prime sub right now for the only golden Kappa, or at least 200 bits. 24-karat golden Kappa. La boo boo, la boo boo. Chat, we are 99% through level 10 on the golden Kappa hype train. One more bit, one more sub, one more prime, one more gifty. Now everybody who participates has unlocked a level 10 bonus emote. La boo boo.
Side, and it was for these ICC charges, and like, people are sick of this garbage. Their representatives representing purely and foregrounding foreign policy as opposed to something like New York City mayoral race, which is a municipal race, and you're supposed to be talking about how you're going to make people's lives better. And there was, again, this assumption from the national press, because it's such a Jewish city, oh, they're all going to vote in one way, and this is my path forward. And I don't think enough is being said about the anti-Semitism that undergirds that assumption.
It's been, I mean, listen, every year you hear the Republicans, just even general election, presidential election, you'll hear that Jews are going to vote for the Republican because of the question of Israel, and it never happens. And it is yet to happen. I don't remember anything involving Israel in the last mayoral election in this city. And yeah, it's not just, it's the media, and it's also
Lazy K, thank you.
People who drive that conversation.
Allied Trades, Bex Andra, thank you all for all the support.
And then that's what Cuomo
is the best.
You know, Chuck Schumer was out there again. Chuck Schumer's out there throughout, like the vote on the budget, the other stuff is like, I went back to look at what his strategy was to deal with Donald Trump in February, and every interview he does, half of it is to promote his book on anti-Semitism and his tour. And I'm like, dude, do one thing, stop the fascism. And then you can worry about like your book tour.
Well, Chuck Schumer said his goal, Sam, is to keep the left pro-Israel. That's what he said. Chuck Schumer said, my job is to keep the left pro-Israel. That's literally what he said.
Spectacular failure that his job was to, like, his self-identified job was to make the left pro-Israel.
100%.
And it's like now an 80-20.
One brain cell
issue for the Democratic Party, so he just failed on that front as well.
It is stunning this is the implication of Mamdani winning and them turning this into some type of referendum on Israel when it wasn't. And it's not, and I still don't think it is.
By the way, it was a referendum on Israel, Sam, and the people overwhelmingly are against Israel. We want it to be. This is where Sam Cedars behind. We want it to be a referendum on Zionism. We want it to be a referendum on Israel. Please, we're begging for that.
But by their logic, if he wins, it is going to set the parameters for Democrats across the country. It's not going to happen on the leadership level. It's, where their AIPAC is playing in big dollars. But at one point, there was $30 million, $35 million dumped into this race. This is the beginning of the end of that dynamic in the Democratic Party. It may take 5 years, it may take 10 years, but it's happening. Here is, this is Donald Trump with meeting with Bibi Netanyahu as they have the fascist off and decide how they're going to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Are they going to call it the Gaza Riviera? Are they going to allow any Palestinians to live in Gaza so that they can work at, the Trump hotels? Whatever it is. Here is this number 4? Which clip is this?
I got him talking about Mamdani.
Yeah, let's start with that.
Okay.
We're bumping up the speed, chat.
Cities or on Democratic Socialists, the local critic of Israel and of yourself, and has said he would arrest you if you came to New York City if he was mayor. Is that something you take seriously? Are you concerned about that? Do you have a response to that?
No, I'm not concerned about that.
I'll get him out.
Look, there's enough craziness in the world, but I guess it never ends. I mean, you have this is a folly, and it's it's silly in many ways because it's just not serious. But what is serious is the question I was asked before. After October 7th, people said the Palestinians had a state, Hamas state in Gaza, and look what they did with it. They didn't build it up; they built down into bunkers, into terror tunnels, after which they massacred our people, raped our women, beheaded our men, invaded our cities and our towns and our kibbutzim, and did horrendous massacres, the kind of which we didn't see since World War II and the Nazis, the Holocaust. So people aren't likely to say, let's just give them another state, it'll be a platform to destroying Israel. We'll work out a peace.
You talking about Zohran here?
Neighbors, those who don't want to destroy us, and we'll work out a peace in which our security, the sovereign power of security, always remains in our hands. Now people will say it's not a complete state, it's not a state, it's not that. We don't care. We vow never again
never again is now. It's not going to happen again.
So we'll see you in New York next year?
Oh, well, look, I'm going to come there with the President Trump, and we'll see how do you know who the mayor will be? I don't know that. Do we know that?
He's going to be very fine, and who knows? We don't know who the mayor's going to be yet. But this is a communist. He's not a socialist. He's a communist, and he's said some really bad things about Jewish people. And he said some really.
He
bad...
hasn't said a. By the way, notice how these fucking losers. He's not even a socialist. He's not even a socialist. Oh, I got a hype chest. Let me open my hype chest. Rewards: golden kappa for 24 hours. Let's go. Mao hangs dong. You missed the chance to get your golden kappa, but we did break 100 subs for the hype train, so let's fucking go. Mao hangs dong. Thank you. And of course, Undead Wookiee.
Things about a lot of people, and I think he's going through a little bit of a honeymoon right now, but he might make it. But you know, it all comes through the White House. He needs the money through the White House. He needs a lot. He's going to behave. He'll behave. He better behave, otherwise he's going to have big problems. But it's a philosophy that this country is not ready for, and it never will be. By the way, we have a man with a.
A good follow-up question, but what did he say about Jews?
Although that was less offensive than what Kirsten Gillibrand said, saying that he endorsed global jihad. So.
Yeah. I love that he's like, no, I'm gonna.
Hassan is radicalizing the libs. I saw what's that one like podcast of like two wine moms? They're like DNC heads, but they've been kind of revolting against the DNC leaders. Fuck, they're called I've Had It. I think I saw a video of them like yelling at somebody, yelling at one of the establishment people. It was Rahm Emanuel. Oh, here it is. Oh, thank you.
Our nominee is going to have to convince folks that he is prepared to aggressively address the rise in anti-Semitism in the city of New York, which has been an unacceptable development.
Okay. First of all, he has addressed the rise of anti-Semitism, and it's not performative. It's very, very real. And he understands that it's real, and he has the endorsement of other Jewish politicians that aren't propagandized by a corrupt Israeli government, Hakeem. But secondly, this was your moment, Hakeem, to also stand up against Islamophobia, because here's the thing about human rights, you guys. You don't get to cherry pick. If you're against anti-Semitism, then you have to be against Islamophobia, homophobia, racism, and down the line. Also class warfare, this bigotry towards poor people is just abhorrent, which disproportionately hurts people with the color of Hakeem Jeffries' skin. And so this kind of cherry picking because of who donates to Hakeem Jeffries, AIPAC donates to Hakeem Jeffries. How on earth right now is the government of Israel helping calm and quell anti-Semitism? How are they doing it? They're not. They lie and they propagandize and they say, we get to do all this stuff with impunity. And then if you criticize us or you do anything wrong towards us or you speak out against us, then we're going to call you an anti-Semite. The people who preach against anti-Semitism should be joining Zohran Mandami and standing up against the Islamophobic attacks on him. He has not said anything disparaging about Jewish people. He stands with them in solidarity. And this type of crap is so disgusting to me. And it is a cancer within the Democratic Party. And I'm just going to tell you guys something. We lost these last two elections to an idiot because of these centrist policies, and you're being beholden to special interests. And by God, it's not going to happen again. You can either be a part of the problem or a part of the solution. But if you want to try to box us in when we can clearly see with our eyes and clearly hear with our ears exactly what's happening with Israel and Gaza and try to propagandize another way, we're not dumb like MAGA. We're not fucking stupid. Your base is smarter, and y'all are going to have to adapt or get the fuck out.
I think she was literally radicalized by Hassan. I think she was literally radicalized by Hassan. And this is what I'm talking about. When the wine moms are believing that centrism is unwise, that's when the society will change. Because this is the base of the Pete Buttigieg voter. And if these are the people that are saying, no, fuck these centrists, this is when it's starting to pivot. So we have to make sure that the people that are rewarded by this anger are not just wolves in sheep's clothing, fake progressives.
Their fund America's like finance capital.
If I pre-watch another thing that happens on this live stream, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Capital, because Zohran Mamdani might be mayor at the behest of Israel. You know,
I would hope that Mamdani would then shut off water to Trump Tower. That's what I would like to see happen. it is just incredibly twisted. But of course, the question is brought up because that was made such a focal point of the mayor's campaign. I don't see how they. I mean, obviously, they're going to complain about the city not being handing over immigrants. Why wouldn't you follow what the International Criminal Court says at that point?
Yeah, we want to get out these violent.
By the way, God, Hassan's head looks so small. I didn't notice it before, but like the ratio of head to body of both Sam Cedar and Emma. I'm not saying they're big headed. I'm just saying that you look at Hassan and his head is taking up such a. Oh no, he's got the head of a size of a 5'9" tall man. He really does.
Dangerous immigrant criminals. I mean, who's a bigger, violent, dangerous immigrant criminal than Benjamin Netanyahu? That's the real criminal.
Also, the level of explicitness now, sitting across from the president, it has been the policy of the United States, supposedly, of a two-state solution. I think that is, a little absurd. We have a single state now in Israel, and it's an apartheid state with varying degrees of apartheid. Some actually, maybe even worse than apartheid, constant slaughter, more akin to the Warsaw Ghetto at this point. That there is no news associated with Netanyahu saying like that's off the table.
Yeah.
That was supposedly a U.S. standing policy. And it's gone. It's not even, people don't even pretend anymore.
It shows the hollowness of liberal Zionism and how in practice for our government, the two-state solution thing was a biding time tactic, or at the very least a détente. And then for the actual reality for the state project of Israel, it's always been one state, but with like a lot less Palestinians. And we do that in a few different ways. It's also just like, because we're on the topic of it, I find it really upsetting to see how within the Democratic Party and within the context of this race, they're really trying to use right-wing, almost great replacement theory level politics about this city by conflating Zohran's Muslim identity with anti-Semitism or people's fear of him that is imbued with racism and their reaction to that and experiencing that as anti-Semitism and calling it anti-Semitism when it's really their own bigotry and trying to leverage that into a like heavily racialized attack on him. And I would include Cuomo's pronunciation of his name, which is exactly, by the way, what the right did with Kamala Harris the entire election last time. It's a dog whistle. And they're doing this within the Democratic primary, and there's little to no leadership from national Democrats on this front calling out this like incredible racism. I mean, his life, his safety is in danger because of the abdication of Democratic leaders. I think.
For sure. It's not abdication. Again, it's not abdication. It's intent. They're trying to figure out a way to stop him. Just like they tried to figure out a way to stop Bernie, and just like they stabbed Corbyn in the back in the UK, and then the people that stabbed Corbyn in the back in the UK came over to the United States and advised Kamala Harris's campaign. It's not abdication, it's intent. And like you're saying abdication because you're running from the fight. We have to fight these people. We have to fight them. We have to discredit them. We have to defeat them. Like you can't say it's abdication. It's not. Fucking collaboration.
Yeah.
I also do find it odd that the Democratic Party for the past year, or at least like in the aftermath of the election, have run numerous studies at this point, spending tens of millions of dollars trying to figure out how to reach out to young men and how to mobilize the masses as they once were able to do. And then now you do actually have a
Joe Rogan of the left is Zohran Mamdani.
Yeah, you literally have an African.
He's the Zohran Mamdani. He's an organic leader, not propped up by billionaires. The right doesn't have anybody like this. We are the Joe Rogan of the left. Although Joe Rogan is just a guy. He's not even a political content creator. He's just a dumb bro who surfs the algorithm and surfs the vibes. Joe Rogan will be on the left when we're winning.
In socialist Muslim man this time around, like the real Obama.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, none of the liberals that would back him are out there defending him at all.
This is a moment where I think that may turn. Here is this is clip number 8. This is a video podcaster Jennifer Welch. I mean, we saw her.
She's a good friend of mine.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm pre-watching everything. It's almost like I worked on Majority Report and I know exactly what's gonna happen. I'm fucking seeing through the Matrix.
Yeah, she's been on my.
Bro, that's the second time.
She's been on my podcast before. The I've Had It ladies.
She's pretty like a normie coded. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they are from Oklahoma, and they definitely are definitely a lot more progressive than the average Democrat. But I know for a fact that the Democratic Party really wanted to use them as like this non-hostile space. I mean, they've interviewed Barack Obama. They've interviewed Hakeem Jeffries in the past.
And what's his face? Oh my God.
Rahm Emanuel,
the chief of staff for Obama.
Rahm Emanuel. Yeah. Oh yeah.
And Rahm Emanuel got eviscerated on there. And here she is on Hakeem Jeffries, that same issue.
I think our nominee is going to have to convince folks that he is prepared to aggressively address the rise in anti-Semitism in the city of New York, which has been an unacceptable development.
Okay. First of all, he has addressed the rise of anti-Semitism, and it's not performative. It's very, very real, and he understands that it's real, and he has the endorsement of other Jewish politicians that aren't propagandized by a corrupt Israeli government, Hakeem. But secondly, this was your moment, Hakeem, to also stand
Hakeem
up.
got $2 million from AIPAC. Like, he's not gonna. He's fucking bought and paid for a corrupt piece of shit. Like, come on.
Against Islamophobia, because here's the thing about human rights, you guys. You don't get to cherry pick. If you're against anti-Semitism, then you have to be against Islamophobia, homophobia, racism, and down the line. Also class warfare, this bigotry towards poor people is just abhorrent, which disproportionately hurts people with the color of Hakeem Jeffries' skin. And so this kind of cherry picking because of who donates to Hakeem Jeffries. AIPAC donates to Hakeem Jeffries. How on earth right now is the government of Israel helping calm and quell anti-Semitism? How are they doing it? They're not. They lie and they propagandize and they say, we get to do all this stuff with impunity. And that if you criticize us or you do anything wrong towards us or you speak out against us, then we're going to call you an anti-Semite.
Are they on TikTok, chat? Or is it just YouTube? Are they on TikTok or are they also on YouTube? Glad to see the new camera. That's right. We're improving the camera. I think it looks better. I think it still needs to. I think I'm going to do a little bit more to make it even better. But I think just changing the camera, I'm going to probably like lower the angle to probably a little bit more level. And then I'm going to do more with the background and shit. I'm probably going to change the wall to a really rich color. You'll see. It'll be very cool.
The people who preach against anti-Semitism should be joining Zohran Mandami and standing up against the Islamophobic attacks on him. He has not said anything disparaging about Jewish people. He stands with them in solidarity. And this type of crap is so disgusting to me. And it is a cancer within the Democratic Party. And I'm just going to tell you guys something. We lost these last 2 elections to an idiot because of these centrist policies, and you're being beholden to special interests. And by God, it's not going to happen again. You can either be a part of the problem or a part of the solution. But if you want to try to box us in when we can clearly see with our eyes and clearly hear with our ears exactly what's happening with Israel and Gaza and try to propagandize another way, we're not dumb like MAGA. We're not fucking stupid. Your base is smarter, and y'all are going to have to adapt or get the fuck out.
So Chuck Schumer doing a great job keeping the Democrats pro-Israel, huh?
The thing that is impressive is, I mean, that last part where she was saying, like who is Hakeem Jeffries actually delivering this stuff to?
Yep.
Like, every New Yorker has seen Brad Lander walking around. He's the highest elected Jewish official in New York City. every New Yorker knows this. Anybody who's paid any attention to this election in the days before, whether it was on, Colbert's show or what, like, who is Hakeem Jeffries talking to? It's almost like they don't realize they are in a small, like, black box theater. That's the size of their audience now as to who they're even communicating to. It is fascinating. They like, we need to reach across the, sort of the divide, and they keep talking to a smaller and smaller group of people.
Yeah. One thing I always get really frustrated by, because I think people on the left also have a tendency to do this, where they're like, oh, well, like, he has to address Israel because there's a lot of Jews in New York and they all care about Israel. And I feel like it's just like the dual loyalty trope, but like on a woke, I guess, on the woke side, it's like the woke dual loyalty trope. And my question always is like, New York City is the largest Jewish city on the planet. Sometimes Tel Aviv, I think, has a higher number of Jewish people living in it. But I think New York City is either the number.
It's New York. It's New York. It's actually a Zionist lie to say it's Tel Aviv. And the reason why is because Zionists will refuse to recognize Reform synagogues and Reconstructionist synagogues as real Jews. They deny the Jewishness of millions of people who are Jews and identify as Jews. So it is New York. It is not Tel Aviv. I'm not going to get into it because, again, I'm not Jewish, so it's not my place to litigate Jewishness. But Zionists, they are... basically, if you don't believe in Zionism, they don't call it. They say you're not a real Jew.
Number one or number two?
Hello, Mike from PA. You're slimy little weasel. W Israel. It's very funny to try to use like slimy weasel to defend Zionism. That's interesting. It's weird how like a lot of Israel defenders use anti-Semitic tropes against the people that are against Israel. What? Oh, you don't get to create a new account and post here. You have to post on your main, you little fucking cowardly bitch. You gotta post on your main, you cowardly little bitch.
Largest Jewish city on the planet. It predates the invention of the state of Israel. Yep. Like, Jewish people here have stronger roots to the United States of America and New York City in particular, and Los Angeles as well, than they do to Israel as a nation state. Israel is an ethno-state. Zionism is an ethno-state project. They incentivize American Jews and Jews all around the world to go and live in Israel. So my question always is to these people that say like, oh, Jews really care about Israel. That's all they care about. It's like, but these are American Jews. These are New Yorkers. If they cared about Israel that much, they would live in Israel.
Yep.
Like, they would just go and live there. There are tremendous incentives to go and live there. You actually get health care if you live in Israel, as a matter of fact. It is a comprehensive health care coverage that they can afford because they don't have to actually spend a dime on their defense because we got that covered.
You get Palestinian land.
Yeah, you get free housing if you want, government subsidized housing in the West Bank if you want. Like, and yet so many Jewish people choose to live here and be American citizens and not be Israeli citizens in spite of all that. That, to me, is a clear indication that American Jews, just like American Muslims, just like American Christians, have American problems. And that's what they care about. They don't care about Israel to the degree in which people talk about it in the media.
Well, it's certainly, I mean, look, I think there is, based on...
Why are you saying Tel Aviv, but your own link says... New York City, 960,000. Huh? Okay.
My own experience, there is a learned attachment to Israel in relationship with Israel, as opposed to, say, like, I don't have the same relationship with Uganda.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if the Zionist project had landed in Uganda, which at one point was banding around, but I don't. But that is different from saying this is the premier issue that they vote upon or they act upon or they move through life with. It is also different from saying that Israel, that this relationship isn't complicated. And I think it's different for people who have like direct relatives there, obviously, in the same way that, like, you know, I grew up in Worcester. There was a lot of people, like, you know, when you talk about the IRA or stuff like that, people are just like, F the British. You know, like, and I'm in Worcester.
They
what are you
traffic
talking about?
guns. They directly traffic guns to the IRA.
Exactly. And
fundraise for the IRA in every bar. There was a Republican congressperson.
100%. And so this is, you know, there are different dynamics at different eras. But the fact of the matter is that New York Jews didn't even for a moment, as a whole.
Mike, the title got me all excited. I thought you were on MR. Feels bad, man.
You know, we're just talking in generalities
Twisting the knife.
in terms of the vast majority. This was not an issue for them at all. That's my point about the increasingly when Hakeem Jeffries gets out there and says that, when Gillibrand says this, they are talking to literally a room full. It's the same people, frankly, who Carvel was talking about. I don't know if you caught that clip of Carvel.
Trump said he's going to impose a 50% tariff on copper. Drug addicts are panicked. Why would they be panicked? They would be ecstatic. That would mean that scrounging copper would be incredibly more profitable, you fucking idiot. What the fuck are you talking about? Copper thieves would be ecstatic. What are you talking about? Scrappers are ecstatic. When you say their scrap is worth more, they're going to be like fucking dancing in the street. What the hell? The fuck? Trump says he will. I bet you the markets don't even react. I bet you the markets didn't even react. I mean, they did. Copper went up 10%. So it did. It did spike immediately. How many of you understand how commodities work? How many of you even know what commodity even really means? Not me. Oh, that's rough. I should probably do something on this. This is a very basic element of understanding capitalism. I got to figure out how I'm going to structure that idea.
Yeah, Carvel.
He says Carvel every time.
It's like an ice cream brand.
I have to pick and choose what I correct.
Exactly. He was on with, and I can't remember the guy. He was an old Al Hunt, and he said, "I go to these, big Jewish donors of the Democratic Party. They tell me they don't want to, give money because of Israel or whatever it is. It's really just the tax cuts, and it is for a lot of these people. It is a proxy that allows them to avoid talking about what the real issue is, class issues. And they bring this up because it was a third rail, type of deployment. And it is no longer resonating. It no longer resonates because of what people can see with their eyes in terms of the way that Israel has been, engaged in this slaughter, genocide, ethnic cleansing. I think all three probably are appropriate, but pick them. Pick whatever one you feel comfortable with saying. And I think people are just like, I'm not going to, make my determination who's going to be mayor of New York City, or frankly, even the president of the United States at the end of the day.
I just don't think it's a detriment in the way that these guys suggested it was for the longest time, and they even did in the lead up to the election. And that was, I guess, the reason why Kamala Harris could not actually chart a different trajectory for herself and like cut her off from the anchor that was the Joe Biden administration, even on this issue that was, again, 75-25% at that point.
Well, that's what's amazing is that CNN clip from the other day, they played over the course of 8 years.
Yeah.
The people on our campaign must have known that data.
Yeah.
And yet,
we covered it.
This is.
By the way, that's why I said you can't vote for Kamala, and that saying people should vote for her is actually giving her space to not change, Sam Cedar. That's why we had that debate where I told you that the right thing to do was for everybody on the online left to unanimously say that she has to change her position or else, in hopes that it would cause such a cacophony of voices that she would be forced to change, and therefore people could be excited again. It's a la what happened with Humphrey after LBJ dropped out, and he changed his position on Vietnam, and it almost won him the election, but it was too late. But that was the plan. That was the hope. But so many people gave them space to keep running the fucking ship directly into the iceberg instead of saying, hey, we got to turn. Oh, well.
Absolute malfeasance by that campaign. And it wasn't raised in that way. They talked about it in the context of Mamdani.
Yeah.
But those numbers were not dramatically different 6 months ago, or 8 months ago, or 10 months ago.
Right.
And yet the campaign just said, we're not even going to allow this Palestinian lawmaker to speak at the convention when it was completely benign, everything she had to say.
Yeah, and it would have had reverberations beyond, I think, Israel-Palestine, because it would have shown everyone in America, there would be so much like secondary coverage on, wow, Kamala Harris is actually separating herself from Joe Biden on this issue, which would have been a great marketing opportunity. I literally advocated even for like from a bloodless, cold, cynical, calculated stance. If you don't care about the humanity of like charred children that we're facilitating the genocide of, the least you could do is like advocate on this, because I don't want Donald Trump to win, and this way you can like separate yourself from Joe Biden, who was, deeply unpopular. Everyone saw him as old, feeble, and monstrous, and simultaneously really win favors with a lot of people. Because I think that the issue of Israel and your opinion on Israel, I think, is a way for politicians to communicate earnesty, because there's such a division between what the public feels about this versus what the media talks about, or how the media talks about this issue, and how politicians talk about this issue. You can really cut away at that. And my fear always is that there are cynical actors, both on the media side like Tucker Carlson, or cynical actors on the political side like Marjorie Taylor Greene. That
MR has great interviews. They have literally had dozens of interviews with extremely competent people with integrity who have explained the ways in which the DNC work intentionally keep the working class down. They have agreed, and then in the next episode, Emma will still talk about the influence of misogyny and Kamala's defeat, and Sam will say equally weird shit in other ways. It's frustrating beyond words. I think that misogyny and racism were the least important parts of Kamala Harris's defeat. I'm not saying misogyny and racism don't exist. I think that misogynists and racists already vote Republican. I don't think there's a large number of people who are misogynists and racists that are voting Democrat and then decided, oh, we have a woman, I'm now voting Republican. Like, I don't think that's real. I think that all the racists and all the misogynists were functionally already Republican. I think the problem is that people are not motivated to come out and vote for identity and representation alone. There is an old saying, Democrats fall in love, Republicans fall in line. If you want to win as a Democrat or as a left-winger, you need to have somebody that people are passionate for. If you don't have that, you will fucking lose. Like, Claudia Sheinbaum won a landslide in Mexico. You think Mexico is less misogynist than the US? And if you say yes, you're dumb.
See that know how to read the room better than everybody else, and will utilize that to win favors with a broader audience.
And just to expand on that, it also indicates I am not a part of the establishment.
Yeah.
Democratic responsiveness.
It shows the responsiveness, it shows the inclusion, it shows breaking with Biden, but it is a proxy. The reason why, Tucker Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene find efficacy in it is it shows that they're anti-establishment on some level, because again, they are only speaking to the establishment. Like Hakeem Jeffries is sitting on whatever Meet the Press saying Mamdani needs to deal with anti-Semitism. No one thinks that.
Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene may not be actually speaking to the Zionist donors that Carville was talking about there, because she is actually an anti-Semite. So she's not in the rooms that 95% of Republicans are in, and like 70% of Democrats are in. So when you ask, like, who is this for, when Hakeem Jeffries is doing this performance, it's for the Zionist donor base. And people can sense that. So when we're talking about it being like a proxy for other things, it is about showing democratic responsiveness. And also why it compounded things for Kamala was the fact that people felt alienated from the Democratic Party's lack of democratic responsiveness. When for basically since 2023, the polling showed that the Democratic voter base felt that Joe Biden was too old to run again, and they decided to ram him through without really any public debate or process on this front, which made people feel alienated from the Democratic Party. That's a huge problem. And it's not just a problem of Joe Biden. It's a problem, as we're seeing structurally with the party, where they can't conceive of a working class politics that shows direct responsiveness to people. The only people that the people they're most directly responsive to are donors. And then if they see polling shift enough for them, then they'll decide to lead. The immigration stuff, Trump, his numbers tanking on that front, we can't thank Democrats for that at all, except for maybe Chris Van Hollen and of course the members of the squad and the left wing members.
Yeah.
But that's all what he did on his own. And the Democrats could have been like the yin to that yang. They could have shown an alternative vision, and now it's just like, oh, he's unpopular in a vacuum and people feel nihilistic, which is what he thrives on in the end, and this movement thrives on in the end.
It's strange to watch them kind of get reminded that they're supposed to be anti-austerity. Yeah. Like it almost like every single day since the Trump administration began, they have been actively signaling that they're going to cut all of these federal jobs. They're going to cut these regulatory agencies, and at a time when there's like, planes falling out of the sky, it's like a perfect opportunity to really drive home this point that like these jobs need to exist. You and your billionaire buddies are just like cutting these federal jobs that are like decently paying jobs for a lot of Americans, tens of millions of Americans, and also these are services that they rely on. And there was no communication from the Democratic Party in the first couple of months. And even now you have this horrifying, disastrous bill. It's one of the most unpopular bills that has passed since we began tracking the popularity of bills that are passing. And it's unpopular in spite of the Democratic Party's positioning on this.
China deployed its embassies to spread doubts about the performance of French-made Rafale jets after they saw combat in India and Pakistan clashes in May. Oh yeah, the Chinese jets absolutely flattened the European jets. The European jets were shot down. It was a disaster for India.
Because they were able to push it through this expedited process, just like they did the last Trump tax cuts in 2017. And the less time is spent on the gridlock aspect of Congress, the less time there is to communicate all of the awful things that are in this bill to make the bill less popular. The alternative to this is, of course, like the ACA, that the Republicans were able to stop at every step of the way and simply lie about the things that were in the bill, like death panels, if you remember, which made it deeply unpopular by the time of its passage. And the Democrats didn't do anything until after the fact, and until the last hour when Hakeem Jeffries decided to do the Cory Booker thing.
There was a missed opportunity to vote against that budget. You go back and you look at what Chuck Schumer was saying, like they could shut down Medicaid. Well, I got some very bad news for you for what's happened. They have shut down Medicaid.
Yeah.
And having to have forcing them to have shut down Medicaid 4 months ago for however long they could sustain that would have inhibited this passage of this bill. They also could not address the increase in ICE because they've been so bad on immigration. They have no immigration
policy. Because they did it, Sam Cedar. That's what I argued with him, Sam Cedar, about. Sam Cedar was trying to say that Joe Biden was some progressive success. And I said, how dare you? How dare you argue that Sam Cedar was progressive success? He was a failure. How dare you fucking pollute progressivism or the left with Joe Biden? He's a fucking loser.
To fight this, so they couldn't get out there and go like, we're going to turn this place into a fucking police state with $300 billion for ICE. They could not do that because they've been wrapped up. I mean, the leadership, I will say this, when I first got into this in 2004, there was like a sense of, the net roots, the blogosphere. There was a sense that within a certain quadrant of the Democratic activist base, there was a divide between the leadership and the party. But I really feel like the divide between the leadership and just your average Democratic voter is far more pronounced today than at any time that I've been, conscious of politics. Maybe 1968 was different, but maybe not. But if you look at the way that Democrats voting Democrats have perceive, what they want from their leaders. 20 years ago, Democrats, by a 60 to 40 margin, maybe even greater, wanted compromise.
Am I going to make fun of Alex Jones crying? We'll probably do it tomorrow. We'll see.
Past 2 decades, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
That's why Build Back Better failed, because Joe Biden decided, instead of following up on the American Rescue Act, I'm going to let the Republicans come in.
They're going long today, huh, chat? Majority Report's going long today.
4 months. Then I'm going to let Sinema and Portman come in, and that destroyed the bill. I mean, it was over by that point. That's when, the donors caught up with the Manchin.
Trump rammed it through. He rushed it.
It's exactly what you need to do.
One of the things I brought up in the immediate aftermath of the election to the Pod Johns was exactly this. I was like, there were so many opportunities for Biden, if he actually had the ambition, to whip these votes. Right? Because we look at Donald Trump and we see a silly man, a fascist, but a goofy, stupid person. But he obviously commands the party. He has completely changed the trajectory of American politics in general. He has completely redesigned it in his own image. And outside of that, he also is capable of getting these votes, getting these people to vote on whatever bill he wants them to. And he will resort to dirtier tricks if necessary. And I think there is this forgotten aspect of the bully pulpit.
12.5K people in their chat. Holy goddamn! Having Hassan on your stream, oof. You got to milk.
That Democratic leadership never uses the whip votes to get people in line. There is obviously threatening to remove people from committee positions if they don't play ball on these bills.
But we have seniority or Democrats have seniority for committees, and that's part of the problem, because they can't use that threat in the same way. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying we need. I've been screaming about this for years, but I'm happy to report that, yes, like you said, there are more and more liberals that you would never expect, white wine moms in the middle of the country that also want a more combative Democratic Party. The next Democratic Party has to be combative and outwardly hostile to the Republicans in the same exact way that the Republicans have been successfully against the Democrats for the past multiple decades.
But how about this? This is a prime example. Where are the Democrats that are immediately tying Project 2025 and the Doge cuts to the horrible tragedy that we're seeing in Texas? I saw Hakeem Jeffries' statement was thoughts and prayers. Oh, we don't want to politicize this. Oh, really? In the age of Trump, you don't want to politicize it? He just said on stage, I hate Democrats. They hate me and I hate them. Could you, the just complete flaccid nature of this party is just enabling this right now. And it's also
because their donors want them that way, Emma. They don't want to have a motivating left-wing party, because if it does happen, then we'll get this country. And I think one of the things is, I think Emma and even Sam Cedar, and I bet you even Hassan, don't understand just how much better your everyday life could be. I don't think you guys really understand the gulf between what we should be living in and what we are living in. I actually think that people don't get it. Maybe they're not well traveled enough. Maybe they have some sort of block in their mind where they don't understand that the systems that we have are all intentional. Maybe they really don't believe America is as rich as we are. If we got somebody who was bold and wanted this country to be beautiful and compassionate and dignified, it would be night and day. We could get off of all fossil fuels within 10 years. We could build social and public housing. All of our cities could be covered in cranes, building high quality housing that you could afford, that you were entitled to. We could be living in a society with clean air and clean water and convenient transit and good public safety and good health care. We could live in that society, but we choose not to even imagine it. And they know it. They know it could happen, but they're making a fuckload of money off of the problems.
Their own ends of wanting power in the midterms, which they do care about, even if they're ineffectual at it. They're not doing the partisanship that is required for this moment.
No, they just simply don't. They're just not up to the moment. I mean,
they did a better job in 2016.
And I would argue that Trump was not as efficient in 2016. I would argue, I would argue that what they were facing was less difficult.
Yes.
Frankly, no one will take the difference between year one of Trump and year one of Biden. Trump gets that budget bill passed at the beginning of the year. It is the equivalent of the American Rescue Act, and then he gets this done by July. When the American Rescue Act passed, the only thing Republicans were talking about was Dr. Seuss. Was 3 fucking books that were not republished by Dr. Seuss. They should have gone right in. Joe Manchin was talking that Build Back Better at that time should be $9 trillion. He was spending more than Bernie. And then as Biden dilly-dallies on some type of bipartisanship, there was that leaked audio in June of Joe Manchin with the no labels people. And that's when they started to get to him and say, like, no.
Joe Biden was not involved. Sam Cedar, he didn't call up Congress a single time. He was mentally demented his entire time in office. Like, he was not a president. He was not doing his job. He was sitting there drooling, eating ice cream cones while you guys were saying how cool he was. He had mush for brains. He was completely uninvolved. He was a fucking loser. So yeah, they looted the treasury.
This is the other path that you can take, and that's where it all goes south. And here we are, July, 3rd, and Trump's done, and he knows he's done. They understood this dynamic. You take the power when you have it. It's not going to last 6 months. There's no more, 100 days or whatever it is, first year honeymoon. And now I want to play this clip. I mean, this is how emboldened they are. This is the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. And this sort of combines their two basic things. One is, let's try and get rid of all low-income people by attrition. And then we also can get rid of any immigrants.
But I can't underscore enough. There will be no amnesty. The mass deportations continue, but in a strategic way, and we move the workforce towards automation and 100% American participation, which again with
automation. All the automation engineers are in China. Good fucking luck.
34 million people, able-bodied adults on Medicaid. We should be able to do that fairly quickly. Thank you.
Okay, she's talking about what's going to happen to that. There's not going to be the farm workers are going to get rounded up, and that we have 34 million. I think what she's talking about. I think that 34 million is probably the number of adults on Medicaid.
It's around 40 million adults on Medicaid between 19 and 64, I think.
And I think that her argument is they can get into the fields.
Move to they can pawn that Medicaid card.
Now, incidentally, they can move to the rural areas where they can get into the fields. There won't be any hospitals there, incidentally, because we're going to be rolling up 200 of them. I mean, this is
also 2/3 of them already have a job.
Exactly.
So there's also that reality.
And then the other third is like if they're in school, taking care of an elderly family member, and it's like somewhere in the single digits in terms of people who don't have a listed excuse. So all of those people, congratulations, you're headed to become a farmer now.
I mean, the idea that a government official, a cabinet secretary, could say something to that effect, and there's no the Democrats aren't in a position. And I think it's because they have no immigration policy, that it's been completely eviscerated by their backtracking and this and that. And, the bill that Joe Biden was supposed to pass and Donald Trump kept from going in there. I mean, they saw it coming. They chose the absolute wrong policy response. Aside from, I think there is some genuine hostility towards immigrants that was in that Biden administration.
100%. I think he came in with the first 100 days that was the exact opposite, the diametrical opposite legislative agenda of Donald Trump in 2020. And then I think it was around February, because I remember covering this extensively in the beginning. I think it was like February or April when the Customs and Border Patrol was whipping the Haitian migrants at the Texas border with their reins on horseback. And from that point on, the Biden administration just completely dropped the ball on immigration. They completely dropped the ball on it. And
they had 60 votes in the Senate and a massive majority of the House, and they didn't pass immigration reform because Barack Obama is a centrist extremist. And instead of just trying to pass a law to fix the migrant worker issue and develop, provide amnesty for illegal immigrants that have been here and build a pathway of citizenship, he did fucking nothing. And he had the Republicans soak up all the legislative calendar on the ACA, and then none of them voted for it. Zero. If Barack Obama had come into office and decided and said, I'm going to be FDR2, and just started passing laws, Roe v. Wade wouldn't have been overturned, or Roe v. Wade being overturned would have been irrelevant because abortion rights would have remained federal. We would have had gerrymandering. We wouldn't have had partisan gerrymandering the way that we did. We wouldn't have, he wouldn't have lost so large in the 2010 midterms, but he was a fucking pussy. And he tried to reach across the aisle. Republicans spat in his face. They called him a Kenyan monkey. They were racist as fuck. They said he was a socialist. And because he did austerity, the economy was dog shit. And he told all of his fans to stop canvassing. He broke up organizing, Obama for America, OFA. He said he made sure that none of his supporters would pressure anybody in Congress. And he set down the political football. Or he did a Lucy, and every time we tried to kick to advance the ball, he would pull it back, and we'd be flat on our back. That's the reality of why we are where we are. Because the Democratic Party was trusted with a 60-vote majority in the Senate and a massive majority in Congress and the presidency, and they delivered fuck all.
And there was a amnesty, like a conditional amnesty program associated with the first 100 days, closing the childhood, stopping the childhood separation policy and closing like these immigration detention facilities, which they basically restructured to call, I think, overfill centers or something like that, where like they were doing family overfill centers. So it was basically the same thing, but with like a Democrat liberal patina associated with it. And I remember at the time screaming about this because I said over and over again that this is going to be the issue that the Republicans use, as they have historically, and they know it. The Democrats know it. So if they don't start counter messaging against this right now and don't put out like a comprehensive pro-immigrant agenda, that the media is going to go along with the hostility towards migrants, and the entire discourse will be flooded, dominated by right-wing hysteria, because it is hysteria. It's not real. This is not a real problem. Immigration is a crisis only because we do not go through the expeditious paper filling process. That's it. Because the difference between a documented and undocumented non-citizen is documentation, and they didn't do any of that. And it was a devastating failure. And by the time the election...
I think the best president in my life is no one. Every single president since I've been born has been a complete abject failure. Majority Report! MR raid! Well, guys, I'm doing my own commentary on the... I actually predicted two separate times with exactly what they were about to say. So we've been pausing. We've been doing a lot of pausing. Hey, Majority Report Raiders. Honestly, this is my dream stream. If I could convince Democrats to do what Jeremy Corbyn is doing in the UK right now and start a new left-wing party, the max left could truly rise. Did MR cover that yet? Hey, MR people, did MR cover Corbyn is starting a new party? I would love to see their coverage in that, because that's kind of exactly what I've been calling for. That's exactly what I called for at our debate. And I called for Corbyn to do that back in March. And what do you know? He was working on it.
Cycle came around. This was October 6, 2023, right before October 7, is when they unveiled... All right,
guys, we're going to finish this, and then we're going to get into even more politics. I think we're going to make fun of, like, the Epstein shit more. Anyway, hi, Mike from PA. Also, former MR producer myself. Way back in the day, back when Michael Brooks was there. And Jamie Peck, Axe left.
The Trump is right, actually. We want to build the border wall package that the Oklahoma senator had written.
And if I remember correctly, that was supposed to be a sweetener.
My hair is getting so gray. Fuck, I'm old.
For the rest of like an economic package. And what happened is that part became the sole aspect of it as all the sort of the Build Back Better stuff fell away. That was part of the Cinema Portman thing, I think. It's like a sweetener in there. And then all of a sudden it became the main thing. I mean, it was just like a tremendous amount of just political malpractice. And this idea that like we look at the polling and polling is static is absurd. We have seen this dramatic change over the course of 8 years with Israel. I mean, it's not like you have multi-generations dying off here. People change in their perspective. We've seen the change in perspective in immigration from Trump, into in Trump to Biden. We saw a huge change in immigration. These things move. They are flexible, but if you chase after where the Republicans are going, which is always the case, you're always going to be behind that. You're not going to get out in front of them. You're not going to say, okay, well, instead of deporting, what we should do is shoot all immigrants. I mean, that you're always going to be chasing them, and you're not. It's just it's a fool's errand.
You look like you're lying when that happens. After spending 8 years saying like
MR is like the opposite of TYT. MR pushes out goats and TYT pushes out grifters. That is so true. MR does put out the goats. I know it's really lame to say, but fuck, I miss Michael Brooks. Michael Brooks would be so legitimately, I think he'd be running for Congress. I think Michael would be running for Congress. Like legitimately, I'm not even kidding. Like I sometimes think about that and like it frustrates me so fucking much. Like he would have been Zohran and him would probably have been like best buds at this point. You know what I mean? Like it's so fucking annoying, dude. Zohran is exactly Michael Brooks's ideal candidate. Like it's so frustrating. 100 free Palestine. Hell yeah, brother.
The border wall is racist and it's silly to turn around and be like, actually, we want to build a border wall.
Michael Brooks? Michael Brooks is basically a better version of myself and Hassan. And he's somebody that could unite the left. He was incredibly intelligent, thoughtful, and even more importantly, extremely funny. He was like a combination of Felix and Matt Christman, but also incredibly connected to like left-wing movements all around the world. Like he was funny, charismatic, intelligent, articulate, one of the best people I've ever known, and the person who got me involved in making left-wing content. He's the one who hired me to work for Majority Report when I did, and he's the one who motivated me to start my own stream. If there's anybody in my life who made a bigger impact on me than Michael Brooks, I don't know who it is. Like he's legitimately the reason I'm even here. He's amazing and the best. Speaking of electoralism, do you have any eyes on anyone running right now that we could boost? Kashama Savant, not my bag. For the longest time, I was a supporter of hers, but her trot tendencies are not ignorable. If it turns out that she looks like she might be in position to like win, I will 100% back her. But she's just too much. Trotskyists are just anti-solidarity. So I can't do it.
And the Trump administration is not serious about building the border wall. If you think that that is going to be a message that ends up bringing some of these like white nativists on board with the Democratic Party's agenda, you're out of your freaking mind. Yep. The only thing that it does is make your base of support go in the direction of the Republican Party, because it's a basic admission that, yeah, the Republicans were right. Migrants are a national security problem. And therefore, maybe I'm going to go with the guy who was right all along.
Trotskyism? It doesn't matter.
Rather than the Democrats now.
Yep. Right. Or I'm going to stay home, which is the other thing that doesn't get discussed enough. It's like when you saw that IMEU analysis, that the plurality opinion for people in terms of who stayed home, they were not motivated to go out because of Gaza, because of her stance on that. But I think it all has a compounding effect where, okay, I can't vote for this person, I don't like either, and I'm just gonna stick around. And that's who Zohran interviewed right after the race, and that's what prompted this historic run for him to win this primary. And those are the voters we should be focusing on. Like, this strategy of just picking and choosing issues based on how they poll at a current moment, as you say, Sam, as if like the polling is static and that leadership can't change things. It's the anti-politics. It's like, because the Democrats just want to get in power so they can be a concierge like Schumer, or so that they can craft legislation and do the good work of keeping the budget going every year or whatever, where it's like, do you want to do politics? Do you believe in something other than getting into power? People smell that.
Is Katie Porter running for governor in California? Is she taking another bite at the statewide apple? All right. Well, I'll think about it.
And that's why the Democratic Party has a lower approval rating than Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Anyway, fun times.
Yeah. Speaking of fun times, should we look at the?
I'm gonna pee real quick, but I know exactly this video. I've already watched it, so don't worry.
All right, we're gonna play this. Well,
maybe read some IMs.
Oh yeah, we'll read some IMs. Wiggleland. A lot of people on Medicaid are permanently disabled and completely unable to work. That's why we can't live without publicly funded health care.
Does Emma still want Kamala Harris for governor? Okay, I'm gonna roast Emma. Emma, I don't know why, but Emma likes a bunch of people that I cannot explain for the life of me why. Like, I absolutely cannot understand liking Andy Bashir or Pete Buttigieg or Kamala Harris. Like, what? It's like they're absolutely terrible and they hate the left. They despise the left. You're delusional if you think any of the people I named are anything but anti-leftists. It's just like, we need to mature a bit with our political faves. There's plenty of people on the left that are awesome. You know who's awesome? Summer Lee. Every time you feel like you want to talk about a black woman in politics, instead of mentioning Kamala Harris, bring up Summer Lee. Okay? That's your new challenge. Anytime somebody's like, we need more black women leaders, bring up Summer Lee. If you don't know who Summer Lee is, you should probably ask yourself why. Summer Lee is the congresswoman from Pittsburgh, and she is the most left-wing congresswoman in America. A black woman is the congresswoman from Pittsburgh? Yeah. And she's the most left-wing congresswoman in the country? Yeah. It's probably weird you don't know who the fuck that is. And organizations like MR and I even need to do more to make her famous. I thought Bashir was your favorite for VP for Kamala before. Am I misremembering? It is 180 degrees the opposite. I was anti-Andy Bashir from the very beginning. My people were Pritzker and Walls. And I was anti everyone else. And I didn't even really like them. They just didn't punch left on Gaza. They were the only people that might signal that they might change policy on Gaza. Even more left than Rashida, she's on Rashida's level. Kyle is a big fan of Andy Bashir. Kyle is not very good at this. I don't know what else to say.
And why so many are going to die as a result of this awful bill that Democrats did absolutely nothing to prevent. Dave from Jamaica. In the past, they tried prison labor to work the fields. Didn't work. This is skilled labor. Sam, I'm going to need you to pause and do an obligatory poggers. Please and thank you. Folks, poggers. Scary Mountain Wizard. For my whole 39 years of life, I have watched the Dems capitulate to the GOP over and over again. It's simplistic to think that they're the same, but it really keeps looking like both parties serve money and power, and one just timidly waves a rainbow. I mean, I think that's a...
What about getting Cori Bush back to politics? My problem, okay, I would definitely support Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman. They're not good enough at like retail politics. It's part of why they lost. They need to get better at retail politics. That being said, like, very few politicians could withstand the kind of assault they got from AIPAC. So Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman, I like them, but you know, they need to be better.
Slight oversimplification, but without a doubt, the moneyed interests prevent them from being a successful party. And we can wait for Hassan to come back for this. But, you know, when we look at Zohran Mamdani's policies, we're basically talking about a FDR Democrat. I mean, none of these policies are particularly, radical in any shape or form. Fiorella LaGuardia did a lot more socialistic things than Mamdani has at this point suggested. So it's sort of ridiculous. Miss Kitty, please read this. Hassan has major BDE. What does that mean?
Don't worry about it, Sam.
All right.
All right.
Should I have not said anything?
Here. Well,
There's a mistake.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. All right.
All right. We should. You don't have to come back. We've kept you long enough.
No,
I
no.
am. All right.
How long are you
It's
guys
2
gonna go
o'clock.
today?
Oh, you were planning to leave by 2?
Yeah, but it's all
I didn't
good.
know that.
It's fine. You want to promote your show?
Are folks familiar with your show?
Yeah, I have a show myself. Sometimes I talk about politics on there. It's twitch.tv/Hasanabi.
What is that? A snooze?
Is that a Zin?
This is in.
What is this?
In my
I love Hassan. Like, I love how Hassan treats everyone else's streams and shit like it's his stream. He'll start eating in the middle of somebody's stream. He'll get chips. He'll throw in a Zin. No decorum, Piker.
Trump.
Next time I go on Hassan's stream, I'm just gonna have like food and start eating. Maybe I'll slurp some soup.
I don't know what that is.
Nicotine.
Oh, okay.
I tried one of those one
It's
time.
like a snooze, right?
Yeah, but no tobacco.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just the.
It's just pure nicotine.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Yeah, and I was gifted this Trump assassination attempt Zintin. It's my most prized possession.
But you got the you got the shot where it's clearly failed.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, yeah, that's.
Are you a part of like the liberal conspiracism about that being a fake shooting? There's
I love that.
Me too. I love looking into like.
I love Blue Anon.
Blue Anon, and then also that the election was stolen. They were also kind of convinced of that. I don't know what that's about.
The election stolen thing is happening. There's a Rockland County lawsuit.
Okay.
And there's the theory is around the drop-off votes between all the the down ballot things were voted, and a lot of people left it blank up above. I mean, you look at those numbers about Israel and Palestine, and you look at the absolute refusal of Harris to indicate that she's going to do a different policy, because most people don't know who Gordon was. And that there was gonna, that she had a different foreign policy. I mean, nobody knows that.
Next time you go on Hassan's stream, bring your lady friend along to hand you food from off screen and pat you on the head. What? I feel like the term lady friend is like just misogynistic, right? Like lady friend is just wildly misogynistic, right? It hits the mouth like a slur. I don't know why. I don't even think it is. It just feels like it is. It's like it's old timey in a way that feels bad. I don't know. It hits different.
Yeah.
And Philip Gordon, nobody knows who I'm talking about, and the failure to indicate that was ridiculous. But let's play this. Let's play this Alex Jones.
It hits like you're saying, "Let me see them gams." Did your lady friend let you see those gams? It's very 50s.
Tell me what your thoughts are.
I hope this gets the Blue Anon guys going too, like into calling everybody a pedophile, in the Republican Party at least.
I mean, it really does raise some questions.
Yeah.
It would be irresponsible not to speculate.
Yeah, pedocon theory is not. It's like a theory as the theory of gravity is a theory.
Pedophiles are much more like, as I said earlier in the stream, conservatives are much more likely to be sexually deviant. Like it's a scientific fact. Like we know this. It's been studied pretty extensively. I closed my evidence. I covered that earlier, chat. That conservatives are much more likely to be sexually deviant, and they're much more likely to fantasize about infidelity, cuckoldry, male partners with very large penises. Like it's well established. The book. What was the book called, chat? Fuck. I can't remember. Oh yeah, here it is. American Political Party Affiliation as Predictor for Usage of Adultery website. That's not the study I was looking at. Anyway, conservatives. They're sexual deviants.
So now by coming in and being part of the cover-up, the Trump administration has
By the way, different strokes for different folks. I'm not trying to kink shame here. They're conservatives, though. So for them, when they say, you're a cuck who likes to suck that guy's dick, isn't that right? Like, that's their sexual fantasy that they're projecting onto you. And so they make their psychosexual, like, obsessions and anxieties their politics. And it's like, bro, stop being so anxious about your wife cheating on you and maybe learn how to, you know, go listen to what Stavros tells you about how to treat a woman. All right? And you won't have so much anxiety anymore.
Become part of it. I mean, it's just, you cannot see it any other way. So I just got to the office. I'm gonna go throw up, actually. It only happens every few years when something really, really bad happens or something. I mean, I'm physically gonna puke probably right now.
Oh,
my mouth is watering.
God, what a fucking. He's such a fucking drama queen. He's such a theater kid. Conservative content creators are so fucking lame, man. But I love Alex. Everybody has a soft spot for Alex Jones, right? Everybody has a soft spot. Because he used to be cool, but now he just sucks. Now he's like on the Bilderberger side. It's so sad, dude.
Because I have integrity.
I'll tell you something right now. Look at, I'm going to try and cry. One of the ways I try and cry is I get the sweat that drips off my forehead into my eyes, and I do that by doing this.
Okay, so I watched this whole video yesterday, and let me tell you, first, one of my favorite things that Alex Jones does is he drives on the Texas highway, usually going 25 miles an hour, because there are cars passing him both on the left and the right, which I always find very strange. So he's not even on the rightmost lane.
In a Honda.
I like to drive in the middle.
Yeah, and it's not a self-driving car, and this is important because
he's, by the way, anti-Semitism. Zionists will cancel Alex Jones faster than his head could spin. Of course he's not going to do anti-Zionism. And of course he's not going to be the like most right wing. Of course he's picking the safe lane because he's a CIA controlled opposition. Like, come on.
He films himself while driving and talking, and he uses his hand while he's filming himself with one hand, as in no hand is touching the steering wheel the entire time when he's communicating. Right now he's parked but in the beginning of
this is how you know Hassan is a Turk. This is how you know Hassan is a Turk, because we could just use our knee. We could just use our knee up in here. Americans can just use our knee. We don't need to use our hands.
Video, he actually does drive to the parking lot. Another thing that I love that Alex Jones does.
Why is he doing that?
I have no idea.
Look at the lighting.
But he will swap hands to use not to grab the steering wheel. He'll swap hands on the camera to change the camera to use his other hand to speak from time to time. And I mean, that man is a menace on the roads of Texas. I'm surprised that he hasn't gotten into a car accident already.
He looks like he's aged. This has been difficult for him.
Well, I mean, I think he's doing Ozempic because I can see his neck now, and it's weird. It's weird to be able to see his neck. Like there was,
my favorite Ozempic neck. You guys already know. You already know Ethan Klein. He's got like 9 or 10 really distinct nussy wrinkles. It's crazy.
I was reading the comments of my last video because I commented on this. I did a video on this, and people were like, I didn't realize this was Alex Jones until you pointed it out. Like, that's what people were saying.
He does. He looks different. And he also looks like he might be on
the verge of tears.
He's got a little bit of like a stroke thing going on with his lip. Seems maybe. Listen, I came from the dentist the other day to do an interview, and I had a lot of Novocaine.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to, and give him some wide berth here, but go ahead.
Because
is he dyeing his eyebrows? Like he's dyeing his eyebrows blonde. Like I understand that things can go gray, but it looks like he's dyeing his eyebrows blonde.
Gotta squeeze out.
I have integrity.
Bad audition.
Yeah. I just really need the Trump administration to succeed and to save this country, and they're doing so much good. And then for them to do something like this, it hurts my guts out. And, the left they're all complicit. They're open.
Oh, yeah.
We know they're pure evil. And they'll think it's all funny. Oh, look, Alex is sad. The MAGA's tearing itself apart. Your globalist masters literally want you to eat bugs and live in a 5G 200 square foot coffin apartment.
What?
Look at the left. Look at them all posing with their Pfizer shots, looking like dead zombies. I mean, come on. You guys are sick.
As opposed to Alex Jones' beacon of health.
You shouldn't look at those of us that have a soul still and have integrity in pain over this and celebrate, you dumb pieces of fucking shit.
Okay, the funniest part about this.
Your own self.
The funniest part about this is that in the beginning, because this is the end of this commentary,
Yes.
this car rant, which, by the way, Alex Jones being a car rant guy is kind of sad. I mean, it's a little bit of a fall off from like being the most important media member in the right. Years and years of integrity. But his cope for the Jeffrey Epstein files, the client list not being released, and the very clear attempts at like trying to pack this up by Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, both QAnon guys, right? And Pam Bondi, who was also a prosecutor in the state of Florida.
Attorney General, yeah.
Attorney General in the state of Florida during the Epstein stuff from 2011 to 2019, interestingly, just like Alexander Acosta, Trump's former labor secretary, was the...
I mean, it's even worse than that. Like, you don't even have to go to all these other guys. Jeffrey Epstein described himself as Donald Trump's closest friend and claimed intimate knowledge of his proclivity for sex, including cuckolding his best friends, according to recordings obtained exclusively by the Daily Beast. The convicted pedophile even boasted of his closeness to Trump and how now wife Melania, by claiming the first time he slept with her was on my plane. They are destroying the Lolita Express, by the way. Epstein spoke at length about Trump with author Michael Wolff in August 2017, 2 years before being found dead in his jail cell. Wolff was researching his bombshell bestseller, Fire and Fury, at the time. He also claimed that while Trump has friends, he was at heart a friendless man incapable of kindness. I was Donald Trump's closest friend for 10 years. Like, come on, man!
Dershowitz represented both Epstein and Trump.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. A lot of connections there with Jeffrey Epstein, but Alex Jones's cope for all of this, the no revelation, after making this like a signature part of his career for understandable reasons, was Trump's attending to blackmail the blackmailers with the blackmail. He's taken down the deep state. That's the only reason why he won't release these files. He's using the blackmail, the pedophile blackmail, against the deep state right now. That's what he's saying.
It's like the end times people who like just, you know, they did the math wrong, right? When everybody said the world was going to end. It's just there's always a new layer to this. It's funny too, like Trump is both the strong man but also always the victim of everybody around him in like the right-wing circles. Like
I think the problem for Jones is this has ended. This was my meal ticket for almost a decade, and I was relying on at least 2 or 3 more years of this.
I think like
how am I going to? I need to raise money. I need to raise money badly.
President Trump, throw me a bone. Why won't you throw me a bone? Just say like Hillary Clinton's a pedophile or something.
I needed the fund to get to Mexico, where I was hoping to hide out with the money that I've scuttled away.
You know, he's a like, you know how like the law enforcement will turn informants in the mafia when they're in like a desperate situation or that kind of thing. The FBI and the CIA and the deep state gotta reach out to Alex Jones. If they haven't already.
I'm sorry. If you don't,
he's a fucking, he's a CIA op. Like what? He's controlled opposition. I think he was controlled opposition from the very beginning. Personally, he was put into Hollywood movies. He was supposed to be the controlled opposition that was skeptical about 9/11. Like I think he's been controlled opposition since the very fucking beginning.
You're pure evil. Even
I don't think they haven't already.
I think Alex Jones has been a government operative.
Oh, that's what I used to say. It was like if Alex Jones didn't exist, the CIA would invent him. Just because how else can you channel people's political energy down a complete wormhole? Now, essentially, it's like a self-licking ice cream cone. They don't need to seed it anymore. It's a whole industry.
I think the role he played for years and years was like the one truthful thing that he would speak on, packaged in between like lizard people conspiracies to make the one truthful conspiracy seem also ridiculous. Because like, why are you going to trust the interdimensional vampire guy when he says that there are, you know, mass government surveillance operations taking place? It might have been a broken clock situation, or it might have been a deliberate attempt by some agents that were feeding him reliable information every now and then, and then feeding him a whole bunch of nonsensical bullshit. So either he was like a willing participant or an unwilling actor here. But I think the role that he played in American political discourse remains one of major worth, at least in the beginning, for the intelligence community.
He had a moment that I see as analogous to I don't know what that crackling is, but he had a moment. There was a moment where Tucker Carlson was on C-SPAN in 2000 talking about Bill O'Reilly, and he had written a book, and he was like, Bill O'Reilly's populism is fake, and you know it's not going to last. He's going to get, you know, some stewardess is going to say, he's going to yell at some stewardess, and the whole thing is going to fall apart. And I think Tucker Carlson realized over the years, like, no, it didn't. And when he got into Bill O'Reilly's slot, he pretended like he was the everyman. And there's a similar clip of Alex Jones talking about David Icke, who a British guy who came up with all the changeling lizard people stuff. And he said, he's the turd in the punch bowl while I'm giving real information, you know, back in the day.
Yeah.
And I think Alex Jones realized at one point, like, actually, no, I can
be the turd in the punch bowl.
I can be the turd in the punch bowl
Yeah.
and do much better. And that, I think, is, you know, where it landed him. He just got caught, essentially.
But I do think that like conspiracy theories play a really important role in political discourse in perpetuity. It's not like a new phenomena.
John Birch Society.
Well, we need to have our own. The important thing about the left is we have to have our own conspiracy theories. This is the important thing. We can't just let conspiratorial thinking be anathema to the left. And that's why understanding the interests of the capitalist class, that's why ideas like manufacturing consent, you have to scratch that conspiratorial itch. You have to create a class of enemies. We can't just be autistic, straight-laced fucking nerds. We also have to have a little bit of spice, a little bit of fun, a little bit of mystery. That's why AMLO was so successful in Mexico, because he was a little bit weird. He had a little bit of like, I think elves are real. Like, that shit should be part of the fun.
Absolutely. And the reason why, I mean, we're seeing it in popular discourse now. It's never been as we've never been as conspiratorial as we are now, for sure.
That's because I think of tech.
Yeah. That definitely, social media plays a major role in it. But
Peter Thiel is like the best villain that's ever been invented. He named himself after Zohran, for fucking Christ's sake. Palantir, these AI companies, the fucking, like, this is our dream. We should be going buck wild. Trump tried to cover up the Epstein files. We should jump in with both feet. He said he was asked if he wants humanity to survive, and he didn't say yes. He hesitated. We need to be going fucking crazy. Saruman, not Sauron, a dumb fuck. Saruman had a Palantir. Sauron had the other one, dumbass. That's why he got corrupted. They were talking to each other on the fucking Palantir. And Sauron debated him into an alliance. He got fucking debated into it. And then Saruman was like, ahaha, I'm going to look for the ring myself. And if I get the ring, I'll supplant Sauron. That was the whole fucking thing. Like, how do you not know this lore? So basically, Saruman thought Sauron's going to win if he gets the ring. So I'm going to ally with him and be on the winning team. But if I can find the ring first, then I'll have the power to overturn him. And I'll become the Dark Lord. It's the whole fucking thing. It's the whole kit and caboodle. Come on, man.
The reason why it plays a formative role is because it's a byproduct of liberalism. If the world in this like spiritual idealized version is built around the good bad dynamic, like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, instead of an underlying materialist analysis for how history is moving, then you ultimately have to find villains. And those villains have to be, you know, shadowy figures that are in cigar smoke-filled rooms, and like backdoor deals that are moving society in a direction for pure evil, rather than doing it in broad daylight through class interests that they express with regular frequency, with no pushback whatsoever. And I think that's the reason why liberalism needs a perfect bow to basically wrap this ordeal around. And that's why so many people find themselves swept away with conspiracy theories, because they have no like real way of looking at the world and analyzing the events that unfold in a way that I think the chattel slavery system required some kind of different reasoning for why black people could be enslaved, because if they convert to Christianity, you can't enslave them because the Bible says you can't enslave Christians. So then racial dynamics come into play, where black people are considered a second-class citizen, or not even a citizen at all, not humans at all, in an effort to justify slavery, chattel slavery, and then what came out of that? Scientific racism, the debunked science.
Okay, I have so much to say about this topic, but I'm not going to correct it because we'll get down a huge rabbit hole. Let's just say Christianity has a lot of different sects, and racial chattel slavery in the United States was unique.
Science of phrenology and eugenicists, right? That was a way to logically wrap everything up in this neat little logical system. If they're actually scientifically found to be not human, then it justifies all of the untold amounts of cruelty that slavers could do to black people.
I mean, we see that today with trans folk. I mean, that is it's a similar project, right? I mean, to label trans people as, you know, psychologically broken or some type of defect, then the logic follows from that. So is your argument that liberalism is so moralistic that it creates it takes it out of the material realm and makes it just a question of good or bad or some type of like
liberalism mystifies class dynamics deliberately in an attempt to justify its
and they say stuff like lesser of two evils, and they completely ignore like the structure of the party they're telling you to put your power behind, and they make no demands, and they're not collectively organized. They think that you should make voting decisions as an individual, and you should like do some sort of you should do this consequentialist calculus, and you should vote like that, as opposed to forming a larger collective and then making demands and engaging in solidaristic praxis with that collective. You know, they have a really kind of funky way of thinking about voting.
Existence. And because it's the monoculture, both Republicans and Democrats alike exhibit liberal tendencies. And ultimately, if you want like a completely, if you want like a full moral system surrounding liberalism, you have to inevitably arrive at like villains in society. And those villains are always, usually they're Jewish people. That's usually what it points to, like lizard people, which is an analog. But I think it's a necessity for people that are seeking out like why the systems exist in the ways that they do. They're like, I want to scratch the surface of this information. I want to find out exactly why.
Anti-Semitism has been described as the socialism of fools. Basically, once you kind of get an understanding that there's some sort of tension between a small group of elites and the working class, if you don't look at along class lines, materialist lines, you will substitute some sort of other. And that's where the fixation on Jewishness goes. And the false belief in the elites that exist within your nation as though they could be allies. Right. So that's why anti-Semitism and fascists are constantly arguing in favor of class collaborationism, even as they at the same time blame this other. It's a way to preserve the status quo while placing blame for the problems on this like other. It's It's for dumb people.
Life seemingly keeps getting worse and worse. And when people are desperate and they are completely shut off from this alternative way of looking at it, from looking at it even from the basis of like sociological experiments or looking at it from the basis of dialectical materialism, they inevitably arrive at this fantastic narrative of good, bad people.
Right.
And they find themselves swept away with conspiracies.
It's individualism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's what? Oh, you gotta
Well,
go.
I mean, I don't know. I just
You gotta go?
I thought
You
he was
gotta
gonna
go?
leave
You
at
can keep
2.
How long are you guys planning on going?
2:30, but
Okay, I'll stay here.
all right.
We're gonna have
Fine.
13 minutes.
I'm just I try to be polite and
No,
Sam
it's
doesn't-
all good.
Sam
No,
I
doesn't
don't
care
give a
about
shit.
that. Yeah.
No, it's all good. I'm not always in New York, so it's all good.
All right.
Have you ever seen Patrick Bet-David's show?
It's my favorite. Also, if he's watching, because I know you've been on it, and
It's like I predicted. We watched a clip of this already. I predicted like everything. I predicted everything. We're about to be the 4th thing that I predicted. Valuetainment incoming. What the fuck?
Jank has been on it as well. Patrick, he won't have me on. I don't know why.
He won't?
I mean, I don't know. He's never like refused, but I have like replied to one of his tweets asking like, who should be my next guest? And I was like,
I've been on twice. I don't know
Yeah.
why he doesn't have you on.
I don't know. I love you, Patrick.
You know,
I'm
here's the
a
thing.
big fan.
He said, I think after the first time I was on, he said he got more emails angry at him for having me on than any other guest. And I feel like if you went on, it would be it would even drum up more.
Yeah.
More clicks.
Listen, I know that Vinny and Adam, at least, are going to watch this. I mean, Adam will.
Vinny hates me.
Vinny, I don't think we'll be able to. But let's play this clip. I mean, because Vinny, I think it's really.
It's literally the clip I watched.
He does. I think he really does.
I pre-watched this whole fucking thing, chat. I pre-watched it. I want every single thing they went on to watch. I had already watched earlier today.
He doesn't like me either. I did the Piers Morgan thing with him where he like got really red because he was so angry. He was like, "You're a rich, spoiled kid, fake socialist." I was like, "Vinny, I love you. I don't want you to die. Like you're getting really red."
Quick trigger.
I sat next to him, and he also, you know what he also has a problem with is volume, control of volume.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I had to turn like his thing way down. He was sitting next to me. He was screaming.
Yeah.
He was getting very, very animated.
But here, I've seen this video as well. He's gonna do a number on this one.
Here is Vinny and Adam having a debate over the Epstein client list.
We are built on pedophilia and blackmailing the most powerful people.
What do you mean we are built? Define that. Do you mean our entire country, our entire government, our entire FBI, CIA?
I'm saying this. Whoever,
or this is one little operation that they don't want to expose.
Whoever he was working for, Epstein, Mossad, CIA, everything. Apparently, the most powerful people on the world were flying to an island and having sex with underage kids because she said it. There's tens of thousands of hours of them doing it. If we're built on that and the most powerful people that are running the show are in charge, the guys telling Cash Patel, the thing that you just read, shut up. Shut up about it. Hold on, you know who I am. He knows who I am. I want accountability for everybody. If it's Trump, if it's Bill Gates, if it's Bill Clinton, I don't care if it's the president of anything. Expose them because, Adam, the truth has to come out.
Okay, so I only have one question for you, my dear friend. I agree with you, but at what price?
Take a deep breath.
But hold on, hear me out.
What price?
At what price?
At any price, Adam.
So you're saying to expose whatever happened on Epstein Island, you're willing to do whatever this looks like.
Yes.
Tear down the government, expose all the secrets, put America
Pause it for a
basically
second.
in
Now it
harm's way.
seems like I don't want to be siding with Vinny here.
Yeah. No, I do. That's why I love him.
But it seems like Adam is suggesting that if this list comes out, our government's going to fall.
Yeah.
And that would imply that Donald Trump is on that list.
Yeah.
Like in a big
Christine
way.
Pelosi, remember that when she said, some of our faves are going to be implicated. Nancy Pelosi's daughter tweeted that out. When initially, when this stuff was coming out like many, many years ago, and she's like, listen, some of our faves are going to be implicated in this, and that's okay. And that's basically what Vinny is saying. And I love that. Vinny is right.
Vinny is right in this instance. Now, I know there's a lot of people going like, well, maybe Adam's Mossad himself. Maybe Adam is trying to run interference.
He would. I mean, if Adam is Mossad, then they've also
they're
incurred.
brilliant.
They've also incurred in shitification similar to the CIA.
Exactly. Good. Keep playing this.
Expose all the secrets. Put America basically in harm's way just to find out what's up.
What do you mean, Adam?
Because these are the most powerful people in the world.
Yeah.
They're apparently on this island.
Adam, so let the truth be told or the heavens fall. I don't care. Okay. Yeah, Adam, and that's what Vince Oshana is. I am 100% accountability, and I don't give a if that's what we were built on.
But at what price?
I don't give a shit.
Tearing down America?
Guess what the price is, Adam? God.
So you
want
to rule a city of ashes?
I don't give a shit if it's built on pedophilia and raping kids. But yes, because
you're being emotional.
It's already. You're being emotional about pedophilic for kids. What the fuck? Bannon is in the Epstein files, according to Elon Musk.
Being real.
He did the Tim Pool thing. He did the Tim Pool thing.
But you want to cut your whole nose off and ruin your entire face because you care that much about this entire
if
issue.
the machine is running right now.
Can you pause it for a second?
Pedophiles.
I'm sorry, but he has spent the last 3 minutes being like, pedophilia, is it worth really getting this upset and emotional over sex trafficking of minors that I also admit our elites are partaking in? Is it really that big of a deal? Can you calm down about this? It's like, how did this happen?
Also, this is relatively calm for Vinny. I mean, I don't see any veins popping out of his head.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, this is the first time.
This is how he orders his coffee in the morning.
Exactly. Keep going. This is pretty funny.
Running the show, and they're telling him, shut the hell up because we're all pedophiles. Knock it down. And my last thing, pal, what bothered me about what he said is, we're not going to re-victimize the girls and the victims. We're not going to do it.
Cash?
Cash. Guess what? Nobody wants to see any girl. I don't want to see any kids, male, boy, underage. Blur them out. But who's the guy that's touching them? Who's the guy that's molesting them and raping them? This is a horrible argument. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't.
Look at Patrick, my goat. I am value-tained once again.
That was the most genuine smile I've ever seen from him.
Patrick's got a 100% guarantee. You will be value-tained.
Are you not value-tained?
I am so value-tained.
Are you not value-tained?
Oh God.
I can't believe that. Like, what was the Garfield Eats guy? What was his phrase? You have value-tained, but there was the Garfield Eats guy. He had his own thing. Enter engagement. Yeah, enter engagement. Oh man, I'm enter-gauged.
Apparently, let's play this clip of Trump.
This just happened. So Trump was asked at the White House about this, and apparently he got
Trump was asked about Epstein, and of course Trump said Zohran's an anti-Semite.
No, well, I mean, but we also have to be fair to here with Trump. Like, he is a very sensitive guy, and he wants to be, respectful to all victims of all kinds.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things.
Oh my God.
Are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question.
Don't answer. Wait a
Epstein
second.
At a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Oh, a desecration!
I'll tell you something. Donald Trump being morally righteous, I don't think that's his go-to.
How dare you?
As you know, Trump loves staying on message. Like when he has leaders of foreign nations sit there as he talks about like Joe Biden shitting in his diapers or something. Like he loves, he never strays off message. He never goes into different topics. So clearly that's what he's doing here as well. Very consistent.
This is the first, like, we talk about, MAGA's gonna break off if they do, if he breaks this campaign promise, which he like lied from one day to the next about what it was.
They used to have protests for Save the Children. I mean, I don't even really understand what the MAGA cult is at this point. Like, it's like dimmer than you thought possible.
to be. But this is the first time I've actually seen some people in the base start to get genuinely pissed with Trump.
Yeah.
It seems like that's what is making him upset, because that's all he consumes. He's not in touch with public opinion. He's not in touch with like how generally people view him. He's in touch with how the base views him, and it's a case study again for Democrats. Serve your base, a lot of the rest will follow. But this is what is going to be an issue for him. Like I don't think this is going to go away fully.
That is, it is fascinating to see Trump attempt to get just indignant. Like, how could you bring up something so unserious at this time?
So insensitive.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I like the prisoners of war who don't get captured.
It's fascinating. I think it is indication that he is worried about it, but it's probably going to be gone in a week.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, all right, couple of IMs and we'll get out of here. Sam, you should have Jeffries on the show and ask him a question. Who is your audience? I wanted to take phone calls with you, but we don't have time. We don't have time. All right, I got to let you go. So I know you got to get out of here, right? Or no?
Yeah.
Yeah. You got a show to do, don't you?
Yeah. I got a whole day mapped out.
Well, 5 IMs and we'll get out of here. Sam, please be careful. This Hassan guy was almost anti-Semite of the year.
That's true. And runner up.
Did you? Is that true?
I lost
Did
it.
the
I
ADL
lost
put
it.
out a list?
No, it wasn't the ADL. It was the crazy Long Island lady. StopAntisemitism.org.
Oh, she's from Long Island?
Yeah.
That's not shocking.
It's not Libs of TikTok. Is she the same person?
No, that's Haya Rychik. She's in LA. Yeah. And
So you came in second. to
Hassan
who?
is such a good expert on this.
Candace Owens.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. That's like it's one of those years where they were like, well, we'll go with the black woman.
Or we'll do the tiebreak and give it to the person that said Hitler had, his biggest problem was moving beyond the borders of Germany.
Yeah,
Who got into the third? Who's third?
Greta Thunberg.
Oh, all right. Well, that's fair. I mean, there's certain diversity that they're trying to do
The
there.
3 horsemen of the
Yeah.
apocalypse.
Jonathan Greenblatt has actually said, compared me to Kanye West on, I think it was Time magazine.
But I've seen him bring you up. He's a lunatic.
Yeah, he really
He's
does
an
not like
effing
me.
asshole and a total lunatic, and the biggest teachers union in the country.
I was just going to say that.
Disavowed the ADL.
The biggest teachers union just said they're not going to do anything with the ADL anymore. They said it's a discredited organization.
I have this open here, right? Labor Notes reported last night
ADL
that
fought with the Hassanabi orbit, and the Hassanabi orbit is winning.
National Education Association, the biggest 3 million member teachers union, voted to reject the ADL, Anti-Defamation League, and said, like Wikipedia, which I think did this 6 months ago, they're not a credible source.
Yep.
For anti-Semitism.
That's awesome. It is, the more reputable organizations and people, for that matter,
like whip it out in a school
what
park.
happened?
I mean, on school grounds. It seems a
What the
little.
fuck happened?
Thing about Sliwa is,
and they just won't ever stop. They'll just continue pummeling this.
same dynamic as
My audience for an extended period in support of Palestinians, Edward Said is. Many of those media outlets would much rather have someone like myself on as a guest host than fucking Jonathan Greenblatt.
Right.
So, and they know that I'm not an anti-Semitic person. Jonathan Greenblatt knows that I'm not an anti-Semitic person. Yes. He knows that
That's because the ADL is a fucking spy agency.
Have actively combated and fought against anti-Semitism. My friend Noah was talking about this. Like Edward Said is. I think famously once said, like, I'm the last Jew is what Edward Said said. Like the only person that seemingly cares about both anti-Semitism and also the emancipation of Palestinians, where he's so predisposed with defending Israel that he has to attack one of the largest independent media outlets that is unconditionally in support of Palestinians and actually does not even remotely entertain anti-Semitism and fights back against it because, as I like to point out, Candace Owens is not going to convince Jonathan's nieces and nephews,
right,
or Bill Ackman's daughter, right? Because Candace Owens is anti-Semitic. So you can always point to her and say, oh, she just hates Israel because she hates Jews. And there is some truth to that, right? Whereas with someone like myself, most people that come into my audience for an extended period of time very quickly realized, like, oh, this is bullshit. The whole, like, this guy's anti-Semitic is just completely made up. Therefore,
it completely failed. If you want an understanding of how much the ADL's like influence has waned, like Hassan never got banned. Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL is saying that Hassan is one of the most important like anti-Semites in the country, and he never got banned from Twitch. It's because everybody knows it's horseshit.
or I have the capacity to actually.
They got some streamers who at the time were averaging like 500 viewers banned for a month. Who get like that's it?
Convert his nieces and nephews.
Right.
And the next generation of young progressive Jews away from any kind of association that they might have had with Israel into anti-Zionists.
Right. That's
I
why
think
Richie Torres is their favorite, is because he's fairly young, and they think that like they can manufacture this from the top down. That's not going to work.
Yeah.
Although he's a little bit like obsessed with you to a degree that like I don't know if that's from Jonathan Greenblatt specifically or if he's just like obsessed with you on his own.
No, I think it's a bit of both, but I think it's just like he's Apex attack dog. So like it's clear that they had a beat on me for a while now, and they just won't ever stop. They'll just like, continue pummeling this.
I think it has the opposite effect as they think.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the interesting thing about it. I think it has the opposite effect that they think because it is the bar to assessing it for people's selves is just too low than it would have been in a different era. I mean, part of the reason why I think it's the same dynamic as to why, Chuck Schumer is afraid of Zohran Mamdani, because Zohran is going to replace Chuck Schumer. I mean, not maybe literally, but
no, he should. That's a great idea.
His ilk is going to replace Chuck Schumer's ilk.
Yeah.
Whereas, Curtis Lewa is not going to. Whereas, Cuomo is the same ilk. There's just more of a threat, and I think that's it.
Yeah.
All right. The final IM of the day, Cole from Little Rock. The price is God is an incredible line. And
Yeah.
it certainly is. Vinny, thank you for that. That should be a drop. Hassan, really fun to have you here finally.
Yep. Yeah, it's been an honor. Thank you for having me.
Glad you could make it. Thank you for staying longer than you intended.
Honestly, do you think Ethan will be watching this tomorrow to see if they mention him? Nobody cares about Ethan Klein. As I said before, Ethan Klein is falling the fuck off. 300,000 views on his live. Oof.
Emma, thank you for indulging.
After 2 weeks
No
off.
problem.
Too.
I just get anxious when we keep people over.
Yeah, the anxiety is really impressive.
But it's more pronounced because he's here physically. When we keep guests over, I at least have some removal from it. But
this is the second time that Brian has ever run the show by himself. He's only been here for 3 weeks, and we've thrown everything at him.
Bring it.
Short of power outage, which is tomorrow's fun.
That's hot enough. We'll see.
Brian, great job today. Emma, great job today. Hassan, great job today.
Thank you.
Folks, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, chat, we made it. We watched it. Incredible. And that's where I'm going to call it. Thank you, Majority Report, for the amazing raid. Super exciting. The vibes are up, chat. The vibes are changing. We are winning. Make sure you follow me on all of my socials. I'm also now posting on YouTube and TikTok. Here's my Tickety Talk. Make sure you're subscribed to that. I'm going to be trying to post more often after stream. Thank you so much for all the support this week. And remember, chat, I'm sending you over to VO, who's killing it. One of the targeted streamers from the panel ban. She was just an egg. All right, everybody, stay safe out there. Solidarity forever, my friends. Socialism will win, and Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. And remember, chat, death to the